Check. Well, hello and welcome back to Global Fintech Fest 2022-23, powered by NPCI, PCI, and FCC, of course, in association with Department of Economic Affairs, RBI, and IFSCA. Well, ladies and gentlemen, up here, thank you for your patience firstly, and we are good to begin what we rightly call the startup pitch battle. Quite an interesting and exciting session that we are moving forward to. So before we actually begin, the system remains the same. Our startups that are nominated are going to be presenting the pitch ideas up here on stage. Of course, we request you to follow the timing mentioned, and if you, by the end of the session, if we have any questions to address, can be taken up. And also to judge this battle, we have our jury members. We have with us Mr. Abhimanyu Bisht. He's the CEO at Venture Catalyst. We have Mr. Naveen Kukreja with us, CEO, Paisa Bazaar. We have with us Mr. Noah Burgess, investment team, 9 Unicorns, and Mr. Tushar Agrawal, partner, Dexter Angels. A warm welcome to gentlemen present here. And I think you have your sheets and we can begin if we have a heads up from you guys, right? So first and foremost, I would like to call upon Mr. Kuldeep from Pension Box for the pitch presentation. Can we please have him up here on stage? Please. All the best.
We'll wait.
Discussed earlier, well, we have with us our jury members, Mr. Abhimanyu Bisht, CEO Venture Catalyst, Mr. Naveen Kukreja, CEO Pesa Bazaar. We have Mr. Noah Burgess, Investment Team 9 Unicorns, and Mr. Tushar Agrawal, Partner Dexter Angels. Well, first and foremost, we have Mr. Kuldeep to present his idea, which is Pension Box. Put your hands together for Mr. Kuldeep.
Okay, I'm pretty audible, right? Cool. Good morning, everyone. Introducing pension box to improve the way Indians retire. That's the one line innovation that we are bringing up. I am personally not very happy with the way people retire, especially when they look at kids as their retirement plan. So I'm here to present and reimagine pension for 21st century. Let me just figure out on the Okay. My name is Kuldeep. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Pension Box. My co-founder and CTO is Shivam Parasha. Before building Pension Box, I have worked with Fidelity Investments in US retirement industry, created 401k plans, IRA, Roths, whatnot, and then started looking at India and especially our parents saying that what's happening? Like, are you settled enough for your own retirement? And then we started looking at this particular problem where retirement planning is not simplified enough. My co-founder is worked about 6 years, is entirely tech guy, entirely opposite to me. I'm more extrovert, he's more introvert, he's a tech guy, I'm a product guy. And that's how we started building Pension Box under one roof. And we are brothers as well. So he's my younger one. Before I move forward and tell you what Pension Box is all about, I want to tell you what pension problem is all about, right? Not many people will look at pension as a problem at all. Last 10 to 12 years, 28 million people already retired without enough pension savings. So that is visible in our society. If you look at the middle income segment, either they are dependent on their kids or they're still looking at some way or another. Most popular example could be Baba Ka Dhaba, right? Even today, 87% of our workforce is not covered under any retirement savings. Even if they are, 87% of that is not covered enough when it comes to retirement savings. And that's not it. We are an aging population. We look at India as the youngest workforce in the world, but every year 3% of that workforce grows old, which adds up to a much larger number. In next 30 years, by 2050, we will have 340 million Indian people above the age of 60, and 186 will be the new guys who will get added to that. So government knows about it, pension industry knows about it, people know about it, and that's why there's a need of self-planned pension or a self-planned retirement. And that's what Pension Box does. Pension Box do three things very easily and very simple for our users. First, you create your own plan. So if you want to retire in Goa or your hometown or Kasoli, whatever city you like, what do you want to do? Open up your cafe, go back to your hometown and start teaching. Your retirement is very personal to you. We have created more than 12,000 unique retirement plans for your users, and every plan that we create is unique. Second thing that we do is we track down your pension savings. Most of the cases is very common that your PF is already forgotten. If you've made 3 switches, you've already forgotten what your PF look like. So we track down your savings right now and build analytics over it saying that how much that will become. So the first step when you create your own plan, you know your numbers are 3 crore or 4 crore, which is very personal to you. Second, you have already saved up something. So it's not like you're saving up nothing. You have FDs, you have PF, might have NPS as well. And then we build analytics and tell you what's the gap. The most logical way to sell a financial product is to tell that there's a gap in your savings and that you need to fill. So out of 3 crores, now you need to fill only for the 1 crore part or 2 crore part of it. That's the third picture come to the play, that is contribute. And that's where we plugged in National Pension Scheme and we are approved by PFRDA to offer that, and we do that very seamlessly. At the end of the day, our users get personalized retirement. So every person will look at retirement as a second inning that they want to do. Either it's early, and the data says that Pension Box that 75% of the people choose early retirement. So no one wants to work till 60. Everyone wants their own version of retirement. And it's data driven, so there's no mis-selling to it. When we recommend something, we tell you this is the 3 things that is on point, and that's how we are recommending you. So it's robo-advisory when it comes to telling you the right numbers, and all in one place. So PF, FDs, your retirement savings, not everything under the sun, but your retirement savings under one place. So to summarize, we are a wealth tech. but only focusing on one goal, which is retirement. Our market is corporate employees. Usually we have about people, 8 crore people, about 80 million. Check that. 80 million people who contribute one way or another to their pension savings. And the total savings that we have under 80 million people is 280 billion pension savings in India right now. And we are growing at 32.91%. That's PFRDA's, our regulators' data. And we're going to hit a $1 trillion pension savings by 2050. It's a big market, but it's still a niche created under the wealth tech. On the competition side, there are many players worldwide. You can name Europe, Penfold, Pension B. You look at US, Betterment. My previous employer handles about $6 trillion of retirement savings under their hood, and that's B2B game. Fidelity Investments is a pioneer when it comes to 401k. India is still emerging. We are still look at that, selling everything to everyone. But as the population grows, we also look at retirement solution grows in that segment as well. Our go-to-market is directly to the customer through the online platform like LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a good platform for us to interact, so we have good amount of presence there. And our B2B2C, because we position ourselves saying that let me help your employees be better future ready. So they look at PF as a deduction. Let me help your employees be better future ready, look at as a savings. So 12 notifications every month saying that this is the money is flowing. We have crossed about 12,000 people on our platform. About 35 crore plus as assets on the platform that already been tracked and looked at that. And out of, just to share one more thing here, we recently started marketing. So we spend about 3,000 rupees a day, and every day we are crossing 1,000 people new signups. So our acquiring till a sign-up cost is less than a Parle-G. And we do pilots with companies. So we are talking to Dell, we are talking to a couple of companies in our investors portfolio saying that let me go through the B2B2C channel and start preparing there. We are going to go 5 lakhs users by March 2023. We have a tie-up with ICICI as a pension fund. We might cross 1 lakh next month because we are rolling out to every users of ICICI pension fund the pension box. So they have about 20 lakh users under their hood, just in national pension scheme. That's how we make money. On every contribution, you save 10,000 rupees, we make 50 rupees. So there's a regulatory charge of 0.50% on every contribution that people do. So our data-driven model wants people to save more on a regular basis. It's the highest goal one can achieve, and we monetize on the every contribution that they do. That's my team. From January till the time we did the pre-seed from our investors to this day, we have grown from 2 founders to about 11 people full-time, 11 people part-time. One of the guys are here, they are in college, but they work with us and then manage the entire thing on the marketing side and the product side as well. My product team is entirely full-time. So Shivam handles entire product, and we have 7 people under product team out of 11 full-time. Our advisor is Sandeep Shikhande. He is the ex-CEO of Kotak Mahindra Pension Fund. So even though we know that I come from product and Shivam come from tech, the market gap is still the connections part of it because pension is an old industry. So we have Sandeep Shikhande sir to help us out in that particular phase. And also sales. We have raised our pre-seed in January from 100x, Apamea, and then Kishore Ganji and a couple of angel investors more. Now we are raising our seed round. And to build our sales team and scale marketing, right now sales team is just me and a couple of interns that we have on the table, and that's how we do. And that's pretty much about it. Love to have you with us as a journey. And I know it's tough to have a mail me or presentation and everything. So we have a solution to that as well. Do collect my pitch in my pocket card so you can have it. The details are there. Even if we don't interact here, you can always look at that and book a time with us anytime. So that's pretty much. Thank you so much. So, yeah, like it's
what exactly you are providing to them?
So at the end of the day, NPS is already there in the market, but the advisory over it is not. So you can save any amount as much as you like. So pension, ICICI have more users there, but most of the users are ideal users. So when we roll out pension box to them, we also tell them, boss, planning is also done. Also PF is also being tracked. So we give them saying that we'll active your inactive users as well. So that's the one thing where they contribute, they make money, and we make money as well. So that's the position that we have taken as a partner with them. And we also work with the POP license sharing as well. So it's kind of a partner with us. So if they're partnering with us, then why not we roll out to you, your users as well. So that's kind of a deal we struck last Monday, this Monday.
Okay, and how do you make money?
So on every contribution, there's a 0.50% charge that people pay anywhere if you contribute to NPS. So there's a processing fee that gets added to your contribution, and there is our cut as well. So we make, if you say 5,000 rupees a month, we make 30 rupees on that. And just to add there, it's a low frequency game. So my team size of 10 can handle a user base of much larger than a frequency. So we focus on number of users instead of having just one user iterating that time. So we focus on we are happy with a user who's contributing once a month. That's good enough. We move to the next user and then move to there.
So when you say assets under management is 35 crore, what does this exactly entail, and
So-
how much has been transacted actually on the platform?
So there are two things to it. One is pension planning and then pension management. Right now we are catering to an audience of 28 and above. Once a party phase is over, we look at savings and credit very balancedly. So to 31, 32 folks, they track down their PF. That's one thing which is accounted as assets under platform, because eventually that money will flow to management side as well. And the second is investment. So that is rolled out today itself. So within a month or two, we can tell you actually the numbers look like per user, how much the money is.
So you're not just targeting retirees itself, you're targeting people who are early in their career and who are already initiating that retirement planning piece, right?
So a kind of, there's a vibe to it saying that I want to retire early. So whenever we, so there are two parts to it. One is people who have time to save. Let's say the people in their 30s or 40s or 50s, right? They're not there yet. So they do retirement planning. We are focusing on those people first because they are tech savvy. They know how to handle app. They know how to manage their own thing. They can DIY, retirement planning stuff. But we are looking at to scale to the people who are near retirement or already retired. There we are, because that requires some assistance. They are the people who need to talk to you and figure out things. That increases the cost of a product as well. So we are focusing on people who can do their own. I don't have to tell them what to do. They create their own stuff. And my cost saves. My team size of 10 can actually handle a lot of people on that part. And then I minimize the cost of basically servicing a customer. So right now I'm focusing on people 28 and above because they have some money. They have tax savings as well, because pension savings comes with tax savings as well. So we are right now in a pension planning phase. We will move towards pension management when we have enough resources to put in and then give that customer a personalized assistance.
So actually that's what leads to my next question, right? Which is, when it comes to people who are early in their careers, like take your early 30s, how much time and resources do you really dedicate towards pension saving and retirement planning? And when it comes to retirees, you need and if you have a completely digital solution,
Yeah.
How does adoption pan out there? Because they're not extremely digital savvy, right?
So we did 3 pilots, one with low income segment, the factory workers, the glass workers. I come from a town called Tundla, which is near Firozabad. And my mamas and everyone have factories there. So we did 100 people pilot in a low income segment. तो एक बंदे को मनाने में 1.5 घंटा लगता है कि ये पेंशन होती है, ये फॉर्म ऐसे भरते हैं, ये चीज़ें ऐसे की जाती हैं. So we was, this is not gonna work. We are 2 guys. We can't spend our entire life making, and we were making 50 rupees on that. So like, we can't make money from the people who do not have money. So we chucked that out, did the pilot, learned it, moved it on. The problem with the retirees is they are looking forward to learn, but they still need a good amount of assistance when it comes to how to operate the app. They have a lot of questions. They ask a lot of questions when it comes to how, every time they get stuck at one point, you have to tell them how to go about next. Then we did again pilot with the people who have money, and they were in 28 to 30 age group, 30 to 35. They did their own without even calling us once. They used the app, they tracked down the PF, they made apne khud se plan. We don't have to do anything. And we created a recently ad, small ad with 15 seconds. And we ran that ad, it crossed 2 lakhs organic views. Video pe dala to apne aap ja raha hai. So people are looking at that. Once it clicks, then you do track that down. And somehow I feel that it's difficult for us to look at that, but when they know it's going to come for sure, right, the retirement piece of it, they act on it. So that's how the conversion happens eventually. basically it's not the cost part of it that directly goes in, but your time goes in, and eventually your time is the cost. If you are not, eventually not spending money, but you're spending too much time convincing one customer to come on board. So that's again a cost to me. So like boss, I don't want to touch that. I skip that users altogether and then focus on the people who can do their own stuff.
Understood. Sorry, guys. Last question from my
Yeah.
end. But when it comes, you mentioned a couple of competitors, global precedents.
Yeah.
But when it comes to even the investment apps that are currently in the market, what's to stop them from building out an early retirement piece? They already have these engaged young users who are transacting on a daily basis. They're familiar with the app.
Sure.
Most of their savings and investment accounts are linked already
Correct.
to these applications. So what's to stop them from carving out a small piece and
See,
serving them?
the reality is that they will. They might not be doing it right now. Maybe they're looking at us saying that if you crack it down, they will. Tomorrow the pension X will come and they'll create a similar model which we are trying to do. So they're just wait. They might be just waiting to crack the model in and then they'll do it. The main thing is that pension industry is big enough industry to cater couple of players there. We are the first one to crack on that particular segment. And I'll tell you one more reason from our side saying that we only focus on retirement pension part, right? Every other goal that a wealth tech caters to is getting diluted by credit. So if you buy a car or buy a house, you maximize your credit and save for the down payment eventually. So every other goal in your life, which financial planning does, is getting impacted by the amount of credit available in the market. So short-term goals are dead. No one is saving for a shoe anymore. They just buy it and put it on EMI. Retirement is the only piece where you have to save for it. You can't work it out on the part, and that's why we focus on this particular piece. And I feel in a long run, we are part of wealth tech. So we have to evolve ourselves, but we are starting with the niche. We have to evolve and then create enough space for ourselves to begin that particular part. Another thing is, if I say food delivery, right? Zomato and Swiggy comes to our mind directly. When I say retirement, early retirement, there's nothing. So people will get there. They will create pension X, pension B, X, Y, Z. But I think we are still early in that particular stage. We are moving fast on that part. So we'll create our own image and have a fair share of market.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, a quick question around the vision. So what do you see, around 4-5 years down the line? How will you transform? What are the new things that you see yourself launching? Would you be yourself, you'll have the licenses to launch your own fund, or how do you see yourself?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. I feel that pension is a big enough market, or retirement is a big enough market itself. And the next step that we have is a POP license, the next license that we want to cater to, where we have the money with us for some time and then flows to a pension fund. India is very strict about creating a pension fund. We just have 7 pension funds as of now, right? But nothing is stopping us creating, I would say not 5 years, but I think 6 years, 7 years, 8 years down the line. We want to be that one guy who came up from nothing, created the user base, created the trust of the people, created that user base first, and then created their own pension fund as well. So I feel, and also one more thought there is that all the developed countries are much more mature when it comes to retirement savings. But if you look at all the developing countries, so there's nothing stopping us from moving from India to Sri Lanka or Middle East and check out national pension scheme and plug in their product which is available there eventually. So from a tech perspective, we can actually move from this country to another country which is developing, and they never looked at that. South Africa is one of the examples, and we can expand that vision as well. Eventually, it will reimagine retirement in a way, and we from the back end side of it, we want to look at that how can we manage that money on a yearly basis on the asset management, because that's the real money is, and it's a long game.
Yeah, because like he rightly said, a lot of wealth management companies already are into what you're doing.
Yeah.
Maybe not on the service side, but at least as far as offering is concerned. Yeah, they're not focused, I would say, but they're already offering to that audience that you're also targeting. And what do you mean by users that you mentioned? Like, can you define users?
So we have 3 KPIs set with the users. One is the new sign-up. So we have developed a progressive web app where we do not count downloads. You can sign up through your Chrome browser, whatever you have, and then later download the app also. So we have checked that download and sign up. We say, boss, sign up. Later download if you really like it or not. You can also use it from laptop. So number of sign up, first thing is new users, total users, that is crossed 12,000. I think out of that 7,000 was last 7 days, because we started our marketing piece recently once we got the approval and everything done and we had the part. So we're growing rapidly on that particular cost. Second thing, we have active users who have tracked down something on their PF. So they created their plan is one KPI. They know where to retire, how much the number is. And that's about 67% of our total user base. And about 25 user base are the ones who are actually tracking their money in the platform. So they are the one about 27% or 25%. So every day we are growing, but eventually we'll get the right numbers down the line. Like within 6 months, we'll get to know how many are active users, how many and that. Because we don't have a daily count on that. मतलब daily हम count नहीं करते हैं, but eventually on a monthly basis we'll count how many, what's happening on that, or a yearly basis. It's a low frequency thing. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's it.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Kuldeep, and that was, in fact, a crisp presentation. And up next, we have NapID Cybersec Private Limited, and I think we have Kultunga Bhupati Vijayarangam with us. Well, I hope I've got that right. Apologies if not the case. Well, up to you. Yes.
Am I audible? Let us all think for a quick moment that there are no more passwords in your life, no more painful and inconvenient CAPTCHA in the login form, no PIN numbers, no OTPs. Still, you are able to securely log in and make payments. I know you are thinking this happens only in the fantasy world. For a simple login and payments, we have to pass through so many security checks like password, CAPTCHA, OTP, PIN, CVV. And still, 80% of the breaches occur using stolen credentials and causing damages worth trillions of dollars every year. The recent attack is Uber and Cisco. This is not happening because people are stealing credentials. This is happening because the 50 years old authentication technology allows anyone to use anyone's credentials sitting from any corner of the world. We have the solution. What if you have my credentials, but you cannot use it? When one person cannot use another person's credentials, there are no fraudulent transactions. That is why we have invented the world's first anti-fraud authenticator that will freeze your application and freeze your credentials to sleep mode 24/7 and enable them only to the owner of the ID, even to initiate the transaction. If somebody has your credentials, it's no useless for them. Let me quickly show you how exactly it works. For the live demonstration, I would like to invite a hacker to the stage. Today, you are going to witness how NapID authenticates the genuine user and filter the frauds for the same credentials. See, what you see on the left side is an NapID one-touch authenticator app. The app is built in such a way that your user IDs, card number, mobile number cannot be added in another device, right? The first use case I'm going to show you is a passwordless net banking payment, which is like, okay, you can see over here, only user ID field is there, and the form is disabled. This form is useless to anyone. This small checkbox you see, that is our invention. That's the NapID fraud filter plugin. So consider I am using my ID. I want to log in. I'm just typing my user ID, and one touch in the NapID authenticator app, which is awaking my ID. One click, the form enabled only for me to even initiate a transaction. Login success, payment success. Net banking payment done in 5 minutes, less than 5 seconds. What will happen if a fraud who has my credentials, let's see, he is trying to misuse it. So he's typing, he stole my credentials somewhere, ID is sleeping. He cannot even go further. This is called stopping the thief outside of the door, not inside your locker room and asking for an OTP. The same way, you can do it like, we can also act as a fraud filter layer in the existing login form with password, where except me, the password field will not be enabled. We can do this for a credit card. Say he stole my password also. We can act as an independent authenticator or as a fraud filter layer. So he's typing, even though he knows my password, he cannot even type it. All I need to do is awake my ID in a single touch. I can type my password. The same way you can do it with a credit card payment, UPI payment, and also this last product which I'm going to show you is a game changer. We all know about OTPs. We depend on OTP for all the transactions, right? But OTP fraud is too much. That's why RBI was looking for an alternate authentication mechanism where instead of that 6-digit code number deciding factor, all I need to do is awake my mobile number in single touch and verify my mobile number. I doesn't need to depend on the 6-digit unencrypted, unsecured, and the plain OTP. The same way, we can forget about, eliminate the PIN number. Just with a single touch, we can do an ATM and a POS transaction, because anyway, the PIN number is known to my petrol bank while I'm punching it in front of him every day. There is no security over there. We are the winner of Reserve Bank of India's global hackathon on alternate authentication mechanism for digital payments, happened 2 months ago. Now everybody will have this question, what will happen when my mobile is lost? The app will not even open without your Face ID biometric or a pattern. In case it was jailbroken, app stops working. The moment you block your SIM because you lost your phone, the app stops working. We have taken care of SIM swap fraud, remote access, all these factors that needed, we have taken care of it. We have received 2 patents granted already for our solution. And NapID is the first solution in the world that authenticates the application and then the authorized users, not the alphabets and numbers. We are first to market. However, businesses are using certain other alternatives to protect themselves from the fraud, like SMS OTP, Google or Microsoft Authenticator. Unfortunately, this solution comes into the picture after the fraud already cracked your password as a 2-factor authentication, right? That gives him a 50% chance to succeed, and that itself a $1 trillion loss per year as per the Verizon report. NapID is the only solution that secures and authenticates login, online payments, ATM, POS. And remaining other solution restricts to login only for the 2FA. Our initial market strategy is securing banks and fintechs. That is where a lot of frauds are happening, especially on the money side. And we use these kind of exhibitions, and then we are part of certain cohorts to reach the CISO of the banks and fintechs to penetrate into that market. And just in India, it's a $12 billion market. However, our initial focus is to get top 5 banks as our customer. And this is our current engagement after we won the hackathon, and you can go to RBI website, you can see our company name. NPCI has already given a proposal to put the fraud filter layer, working with SBI on certain use cases, and Union Bank to secure their employee applications, Axis Bank, Equitas. These are the current engagements we are in talk with right now. And our business model is monthly and annual subscription plan to secure IDs to sleep mode. It starts from $1. In case of a bulk IDs, we can still negotiate. We also do a revenue sharing on your online payments as well as on the POS transaction when we secure the credit cards. And we are 3 co-founders. I'm Kloth Vijay, inventor and CEO of NapID. The hacker over here is my CTO, Venkat, and my another co-founder is Saujanya. She takes care of operations. We have a total of 30 years of IT experience and worked with major banks like Barclays, Citibank, Standard Chartered as a solution and security architect. We are part of IIT Kanpur C3A Hub, and Mr. Bharat Panchal is our personal mentor from IIT. And NapID is a fully bootstrapped company. Last year, we made 2 lakh rupees as a beta testing we given to few customers. And this year, we won 40 lakh rupees prize money from RBI and 20 lakhs from the grant, and POCs are working on. And we are raising $1 million in seed capital. Thank you very much. We are open to questions.
What's your plan on the go-to-market? You'll need to get into integrations a lot, because at the end of the day, wherever we use this, I'll have to have it, or whatever the portal needs to have it, or the payment gateway needs to have it. So what are your plans on that front?
In fact, we work in a two model. One is a SaaS model, another one is on-prem model. Banks, major enterprise look for this on-prem model, right? The app is just for an authentic, the end users. And it's just a copy-paste implementation. On-premises, we have to put our software just on their server, because one good thing on implementation is without disturbing your core banking, our layer stops. We are just a gate opener, right? Just an API connect. People can, if you go to an appid.co, if you want our access, it takes less than 15 minutes to integrate on your website. If you go on-premises solution, it like based on their environment, 5 to 10 days. Because we doesn't need depend on their infrastructure. We act as an independent. It's easy for us.
I didn't mean, how easy it is to integrate. I meant, how are you going to convince people? Because, at the end of the day, if I'm a user, I need to have NAP ID in multiple places. So how are you going to solve that chicken and egg problem?
There are two ways, especially on the banking sector. Even RBI is looking for an alternate authentication mechanism because of all these frauds happening. And after we got recognized by RBI, banks started talking with us. And two ways we are giving a solution. One is an SDK model where they can put on their bank app itself, or in case they want, they can use our app. It's just a plug and play mode on the implementation wise. And we got the recognition from RBI that's opening the gate for the banks, especially from the banking sector. But we are not limited for banks. Wherever an authentication happens, just a single use case, we are securing a drones also for one drone logistics company. So this can be top of anywhere.
So have you implemented it anywhere? Like, can you name a few people, or you're in talks with anyone?
Yeah, we see implementation. We have an EdTech company, Sardias Tech, who send thousands of people to abroad. Their sensitive data is there in their application. Student sensitive data is there in the application. They are using our product from the beta stage itself. And there is a cloud company, Cumulus, and they are using. And Fintech needs a recognition from the bank, which we received it. And NPCI has already given us a proposal to put the layer on this UPI, where they are doing 6 billion transactions nowadays. So once that gone through, the first hit will be on the NAP ID. There is no NAP ID app in their use case. It's just our fraud filter layer will be sitting on that. And SBI, one of the use cases, like you can log in with single ID in multiple applications they have. They want to prevent that. And then Union Bank, they want to put it in their employees application. So all these are 3-4 level of discussion has gone. Even NPCA level, we are already talking about the commercials also.
So what are the risks associated with the solution? Is there any way this can be tampered?
As of now, we have done our testing. It cannot be tampered, but I won't say it cannot be tampered. We have taken care of all the necessary factors that is needed for an authentication, and that's what I can say.
Okay, and you showed a slide where you showed your, revenue model.
Yeah.
If you go live on UPI and if you go live on SBI, right, what kind of numbers you are looking at in terms of revenue?
We are looking for 6 crores a month. We cannot, openly we cannot disclose the numbers. Think about a 6 billion transaction is happening. And SBI, they have a 45 crore customers, and they have a net banking, user ID, means a credit card number, debit card number. All those things are separate digital IDs for us. If they are coming on a bulk, this number won't be good for them. It's for the small owners. Even if we put 50 rupees per year, per ID. So monthly you go for 15 rupees, I can give it in an annual, in Bank of Baroda, that's what we discussed. So like annual fees. Or we also discussing about the slab rate, like if it's a 10,000 users, this amount per year, that level is also there.
Okay.
Because they have crores and crores of customers.
This is all recurring revenue, correct?
Yes.
So what is stopping you now from going and implementing the solution?
Nothing. We have our product ready, and the CISOs of various banks are talking, and we are already doing the process. Because normally what happen, it's a large banks. They want to do a POC, certain level of discussion with various teams, and once that is done, we'll be able to do it. And also our implementation is like we built in such a way, like if you have 1 million customers, you just want to implement for 100,000 customers on a phase one. Our intelligence, like for that 100,000 customers, it takes to the NAP ID route. For the remaining people, it goes to the route like yesterday. That is really advantage they are seeing it.
Got it, yeah. I think that's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you so much. And proceeding this battle, for the next pitch presentation, may I please invite founder and CEO, Finanzi, Mr. Ashish Sharma, up here on stage, please. Do we have him around? If not, we can have the next one. May I please invite and welcome up here on stage Mr. Gangaram Gupta, Finance Card, founder and CEO. Give it up, guys. Give it up for Mr. Gupta.
Can I have, excuse me, presentees? Presentees. No, I don't know. I think my presentation is already operating from here. I can move from here only. Yeah. This one. This one? Yeah. Okay, thanks. This one is what? Thank you. So very good morning, everyone. We believe that access to credit is a powerful tool for social and economic development. And we also believe that for every borrower there is a lender. But once we go through the data, we find that more than 24 trillion plus MSME credit gap is there in India. MSME credit stands only 5% of the gross bank credit. Out of 63 million plus MSMEs, only 12 million plus MSMEs have current account. Unavailability of collateral, that is also giving a lot of nightmares to the small business owners in getting credit from the formal sector of banks and NBFCs. Traditional business model, that is brick and mortar model, that is very cumbersome and that is not cost effective. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry, is it audible? Yeah. So approximately 30% Indians still borrow from the money lenders and get stuck into vicious cycle of this loan sharks we call hassle of visiting multiple banks and NBFCs for the people who are into rural areas. That is also very, very cumbersome for them. So considering all these problems, we have come up with a solution in the name of Finance Card, where we are building the first solution, that is AI-driven marketplace platform, where we are matching the right borrower to the right lender and recommending the best suitable product based on the profile of that particular customer. So that is complete marketplace digital lending platform. The second solution which we are building, that is hyperlocal alternative credit score. There is two parts of this solution. One is AI/ML based alternative credit score, combining the traditional data and alternative data. And the second one is psychometric based alternative credit score, where we don't take any document from the customer. This is a 4-minute game, and just there would be situations, there would be questions, and based on the answers which you provide on those particular situations and questions, we will be giving certain points of that particular one, and in the last of 4 minutes, we will be building a credit score for that particular individual. And this is without taking any kind of formal document from the customer. So this is one part of building a psychometric credit score. We have partnered with one company from Singapore, and we are jointly working on this particular solution. We are also in discussion with the credit bureaus to implement with their set of traditional bureau, so that we can have comprehensive credit score for any individual, not only dependent on the traditional set of credit score. The fourth one, this is not a solution, but it's a I think feature of this product, that is mobile first approach. Most of the small business owners don't have desktop or laptop, but they are equipped with the smartphones, so they can access multiple financial services on their platform through mobile itself. And the fourth one is hassle-free current account with our partner banks and NBFCs, so that on transaction basis we can provide pre-approved loans in their workflow. And the fifth one, since a lot of MSMEs are there in the platform, so we are now also offering deals and discounts on this particular platform for various products. So this is what we are building at Finance Card. If we talk about the market size, so more than 24 trillion, I have already discussed that is a credit gap in the MSME. Out of 63 million MSMEs, over 96% is still into informal sector, and they don't have access to right set of credit from the formal sector of banks and NBFCs. So if we talk about the competitors, so there are certain operators like Checkbook and Credit Enable. They are working in the similar space. We are kind of focusing on the different market, which is tier 3 and beyond cities, which is where the solution is basically very much needed. And most of the fintechs are not. Most of the fintechs are tapping the tier 1 and tier 2 cities where people are digitally literate. But we are focusing semi-literate and illiterate customers, so that we can offer them through our assisted model of providing financial services on the ground. So this is our initial business model, but we have evolved from this model. Earlier it used to work like a lead referral model, but we have evolved from this particular one. This is our digital lending process, from onboarding to underwriting to disbursal to collection. Everything is digitized through our partners. We deploy B2B2C kind of model. We don't directly go to the customers. We will partner with the certain B2B partners who have a value chain in terms of retailers and distributors, and we reach out to them, and through them we kind of enable them to avail services through us. So we have 3 revenue models. One is the payouts from the banks and NBFCs on each successful loan disbursal through our platform. The second one is going deep with the banks and NBFCs, that is revenue sharing model, where we share the risk as well. Earlier it used to be FLDG, but now RBI has come up with certain regulations where FLDG is not allowed. So we are trying to figure out like corporate guarantee or bank guarantee or any kind of arrangement with the banks where we can share the risk and minimize the risk with them. And the third one is revenue from technological platform. So it also works like a SaaS platform in digitizing the entire lending value chain with our partner banks and NBFCs who are still into offline lending. So that the third revenue model which we are working. If we talk about the GTM strategy, I mean, we have already discussed that we are deploying B2B2C model. We partner with various organizations. One organization is One Money, where we are implementing one use case of PM Swanidhi, which we are implementing through our platform itself, and we are mapping that particular scheme into the that government scheme and minimizing, and that is covered under CGT MSE as well. So entire risk is mitigated through that. We also partner with the common services centers across India to kind of reach out to the rural population. More than 3.5 lakh common services centers are there in India. They are providing various G2C services. They are equipped with various kind of facilities at their center, and they are still not into loan distribution kind of thing, in enabling people to avail services for them. So we partner with them, we enable them, we teach them, we train them, we provide the platform so that they can onboard customers from their end as well. And We are also trying to leverage the BC value chain, which is more than 1 crore across India, that is business correspondent value chain, in reaching out to the rural population. So this is our phase-wise strategy. Initially, we are focusing on lending. Then going forward, we would be building kind of customized insurance products for the small business owners, focusing on shop insurance and health insurance, that is kind of thing. And the third phase, in the third phase, we would be focusing on saving and investment. And the fourth phase, we would be building a kind of diversified product portfolio. That's what we are aspiring to do in the days to come. This is our current traction. We have disbursed more than 50 CR of loan. We have onboarded more than 25,000 retailers, distributors who are assisting us on the ground. We have partnered with more than 25 plus banks and NBFCs for financial matchmaking, and with certain deeper integration with certain NBFCs for risk sharing wala model. And we have generated more than 1 crore plus revenue till date. That's what the current traction is. Recently, we have raised our pre-seed round of 1 crore in mix of equity and debt, 50 lakh equity and 50 lakh debt. And we have also been part of STPI Chennai being incubated, and we have been committed 25 lakh seed fund as well, and 25 lakh equity free grant from IIM Kasipur as well. So this is our team. I'm founder and CEO, and I'm a management graduate from FMS BHU. Then after worked in the BFSI sector for almost 8 years. Then did MDP from IIM Lucknow, and in 2018 I started Finanscar. Then I have Mr. Anshul Saxena, who is a IIM Ahmedabad graduate. He has been in US and he was a part of early founding team of one fintech startup that is being sold to some big entity. And he's taking care of the strategy. Mr. Rahul Agnotri is a management graduate who is taking care of our business development part. Mr. Gaurav Sharma is a tech architect. He's on advisory role. He's advising on building the entire platform. And Mr. Sailendra Kumar, who is CTO, is having more than 10 years of experience in IT development. We have mentors and advisors, Dr. Anil Kadube, who has been the ex-executive director of Bank Swadeshi Jakarta, and Mr. Sunil Gupta, who has been the ex-CTO of Fino Payment Bank, and CM Mr. Jatin Srivastava, who is serial entrepreneur. This is one interesting partnership which we have done, and this is the we are the only fintech who are implementing this solution across India with this kind of partnership and maintaining 0% NPA. We have disbursed more than 10,000 cases through PM Swanidhi and maintain 0% NPA in this particular one. This is the classic example of providing the last mile delivery of credit with certain partnership. This is I'm going to replicate into next 4-5 months into different states with the in association with the government and MSME department as well. We are looking to raise around 7 crore in the next round to build the entire tech platform to scale the operations as well. We have been fortunate enough to receive various rewards, awards, and achievements across various platforms. We have been a top 3 fintech startup under Ideathon 2019 at Vibrant Startup and Technology Summit Gujarat, and been awarded by Deputy CM of Gujarat, Honorable Nitin Bhai Patel. We have been part of Digital Innovation Summit of SDFC Bank. We have been part of NASCOM India FinTech Awards 2019 as well. As a finalist, we have been part of Mumbai FinTech Hub. We are also incubated at CDB Center for Innovation and Financial Inclusion, IIM Lucknow. We are part of FinBlue, STPI Chennai. We are part of METI. These are our associations as of now. Thank you very much. I'm open for the questions. Sorry? Which one lending? No, it's not on-book lending, but we partner with banks and BFCs. Rupee Circle, it's a P2P and BFC.
Any particular geography you targeting right now?
So I'm based out at Lucknow. We operate from Lucknow. We are focusing on UP. And this partnership, which I was talking about, One Money, that is being implemented in Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu along with Karnataka in southern India.
And what's your distribution in the 50 crore that you've deployed? Like, what kind of loans are they?
So around, that is working capital loan for
So
the
all
small
are
business
SME
owners.
loans? All
Sure,
are
yes,
SMEs?
yes,
Okay.
all.
Where are you guys in your product? Where are you guys in your product development journey right now?
Sorry?
You have a platform, right?
Right.
Is it already developed or you still developing it?
So lending part that has already been developed. Rest of the things we are developing as of now.
Is this a mobile first platform or a web
Earlier
first?
we used to now operate through a website itself, but we have developed our mobile platform as well and going to launch during Deepavali.
Also, for the user profile that you described, how accurate do you believe will psychometric analysis for credit
So
score?
we are piloting
be?
this particular segment.
Have you explored any other alternatives for developing the credit scores?
So as of now, no. We are looking forward for some AI/ML based credit underwriting as well, taking various alternative data.
Okay, thank you.
So, what are the target industries that you're looking at? And just to add on to her question as well, when it comes to creating a credit score for a company that's not been largely digital, run very traditionally, maybe the books have not been kept in the most appropriate manner, how do you really underwrite that risk and go to a bank and say, okay, this is someone who's trustworthy, because there's so much of data that could be missing. So I'm just trying to understand that from a more historical perspective. I understand from a future perspective how you're looking at things.
So we currently focus on small business owners who are one-man companies, who are kind of proprietorship firms. So they don't have that kind of data points to kind of underwrite. But we do value chain kind of partnership with certain organizations, whom they are tied up with. Suppose one distributor is there, one retailer is there. So we partner with that distributor to reach out to that retailer, and that distributor provides various insights about that retailer, and based on that insights, we underwrite that particular person.
But that also might be highly qualitative insights, right? And that's also, relationship
So that's why
driven.
qualitative, because of that one, formal sector of banks and NBFC is not able to, provide credit to them, and that is where we come into picture now. That insights, that plays very important. There are credit-worthy people, but still they are not able to get credit from the formal sector of banks and NBFCs. That is why we come into the picture, and we take various data points, from their traditional data points which is available, like bank statement, GST, whatever traditional data points are there. But because of they are associated with another organization, their daily basis they are doing certain transactions with them. So we take that particular data as well in underwriting to them.
Okay, and are those partnerships or organizations liable in case there's a default or there's some sort of financial
So we take corporate
fraud?
guarantee from that particular organizations.
Sorry, please come again.
We take corporate guarantee whoever partners with us in a B2B kind of an arrangement.
Okay, and you mentioned proprietorships, small organizations. What sectors are they typically operating in?
So kirana stores are there, and this one use case which I was talking about, that street vendor scheme wala. So they are street vendors. More than 48 lakh street vendors are there and paneled under PM Swanidhi scheme across India. But as per the data of Street Vendor Association, more than 9 crore street vendors are there across India. So these set of people are earning daily 500 to 1,000 rupees per day. That means they are earning 25,000 to 30,000 per month. But still they are not able to get credit from the formal sector of banks and NBFCs. So we partner with municipal corporation, this vendor associations, and take them, partner with them, and we take a kind of corporate guarantee with them. That is that particular scheme is also associated with this, covered with the CGT MSE scheme. So there is no any problem in whenever in default happens. So that is already covered.
Understood. Sorry, last question. Won't these loans typically disbursed be extremely low ticket items?
So there are two kind of schemes. If we talk about this particular use case of street vendor wala, that start with 10,000 for 3 months, then we move to 20,000, then we move to 50,000. And once this Swanidhi scheme ends, then we go for the Samriddhi scheme. That starts with 50,000 to 10 lakh. And out of that 10 lakh, 3 lakhs is being given by government as a subsidy as well. So 7 lakh effectively loan is there. So that is how we talk about the ticket size of lending. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gupta. And also in our jury, we have Mr. Naveen Kukreja, CEO Paisa Bazaar with us. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please. And moving on, ladies and gentlemen, for the next pitch presentation, may I please invite Mr. Manjunath Reddy to represent eJoyx Technologies Private Limited.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. I represent Jayax. My name is Manjunath. I'm co-founder and CEO of the company. Jayax, in one-liner, in layman terminology, Jayax, we are building a gifting platform for financial products, which means that, yeah, for any occasions, means you can come to Jayax and gift instead of giving any other products, bouquets, cakes, whatever it is. Instead of giving those products which are not meaningful, you can come to Jayax and gift something meaningful and creates value over the period of time. Like in the beta launch, we are adding gold and silver as a gifting product. Yeah, this is the problem statement. Gifting is there from decades, right? I mean, as a country, India, we have as a tradition, right? We won't go to any occasion or event empty-handed. We go with something as a gift. Most of the times, selecting a gift is a painful process. You spend a couple of hours, or means you go to some nearby store to buy a gift. Whatever you are buying, right, the other person who is receiving might not feel that is useful or meaningful for that other person. And most of the time, whatever gift we receive will become junk or obsolete very soon. And it means in certain cases like birthdays, like kids' birthdays, when our kid is celebrating a birthday, we give a lot of toys or something as a gift. Within a week or so, means those will be junk. That's the most of the time that is the case, which I've gone through the experience, right? This is the problem statement, and with this problem, right, means this is what happening, means most of the times whatever I like, other person won't like it, and wrong selections happens as well while selecting the gift. It becomes junk, absolute, and most of the times it will be idle. Whatever I receive, I'll keep it in some store which will be idle and not creating anything in value or meaningfulness, right? That's where it means at Jayax, what we are trying to do is we are kind of transforming whatever gifting is happening from decades, means people are gifting for any other occasions. You are giving something to other person, why can't you give something meaningful which will be valuable for other person as well? That's why we kind of came out with Jayax, wherein people can come and give something meaningful in the form of financial products. We are starting with gold. Slowly, we'll be adding financial products like mutual funds, FDs, and other products. Yeah, they are all regulatory products. We are working with regulators as well as with the AMCs and adding those products, right? This how our solution is. It will be a one-stop solution for any other occasions. Whatever the occasion people are celebrating, either it's a marriage, newborn, festivals like Diwali, whatever it is, you come to Jayax, give something meaningful to the other person. And we are kind of, within the product, we are kind of creating social features for making this user base, our customer base, to engage within Jayax product. These social features are like, we are giving option to our customers wherein they can come to Jayax, they can create, say, event. Example, someone is celebrating a birthday or marriage, they can come and create a marriage event, create circles like family circle, friend circle, and share it in one go to the other person. Other person receives the event, they can wish, send whatever, means they can convey whatever they want to convey. And at the end, they will have option to gift as well. These are the features and offerings what we are going to have at GIX. These offerings, on the offering side means phase one, we'll be launching our beta very soon. In that we'll have digital gold and silver. In the phase two, we'll have kind of mutual funds, real estate, fractional real estate investments, as well as FDs. For this means already we started working with partners. And if you see our USP of GIX means, there are a lot of gifting platforms there in India, like Funds and Petals, you have IGP, all that. In those, right, means people can go buy some product or gift some product, which are like cakes, chocolates, and those things. But our USP is, means give something meaningful, which helps other person also in the long term. And within our product, we give all these features, like means we are giving social engagement features for our users. And we have achieved, means this first digital gold gifting we have achieved in 3 clicks. In 3 clicks, someone can gift the other person. And means we're kind of giving a lot of features like notifications. Means someone can come to GIX and create, say, 10 birthday notifications for their family members and friends. All these kind of features we are giving. This is how we will be mobile first application. This is how our app looks like. Yeah, we'll have 3, these are the features. Gift your loved ones, where I can send one gift to other people. If you see, means I can see who are all celebrating any event for that matter in my network. The third one is create new event. This is the feature I was talking about. I can go and create event for my family members or friends and share it with my network. Yeah, this opportunity which we are working on, right? Means we don't have base of financial gifting as a segment. That's why means I have taken online gifting as a base, right? In India means it's already 30 billion is the market size, out of which we are looking at 2% because we are a niche product and new product which we are launching. That's why considering 2% early adopters, we are looking at 600 million opportunity. And to support this, right, these are the kind of numbers. In India, every year, 25 million kids are born every year in India. And 10 million marriages are happening in India. And every month, India as a country, right, every month there is one or the other festival where people exchange a lot of gifts among themselves. There's a big opportunity which we are looking at. And means if you see kids celebrating birthdays, right, less than 5 years, that's where most of the parents spend on kids' birthday. Within 5 years, below 5 years, there are 125 million kids celebrates birthdays every year. And and this is the big segment. This NRI population is the big segment which we are targeting because they are the people who will be missing their dear and near ones back home, and whatever the occasions they will be missing. And this one good vacation where they can give something meaningful to the gift to the people back home. Yeah, why now? Because means this question so many people ask me. In India, still investments, savings are not reached to that level. You are talking about gifting financial products, right? Now, people, we have seen from last couple of years after pandemic and all, people started exploring various new applications, use cases, all that is happening. That's why means we thought this is the right time because people are moving to exploring new things. And we feel that means this is the right time. This is the kind of, this is the competitive landscape. These are kind of competitors. Not direct competitors per se. In gold gifting, JAR is there. And stocks, Zerodha is doing, allowing stock gifting. And we comes in this place where the major difference is means this kind of features what we are giving to the users along with the option of gifting, financial product gifting. Like, as I said, creating event and sharing with the network and engagement part of it, reminders, alerts, and we are going to come up with features like Jax Kids, where we wanted to give some games for the kids. They play that and accumulate some points, and they kind of redeem it for gifting it to their circle of friends in their. Yeah, this is our GTM strategy. First, we'll be kind of looking at digital marketing via these channels, because we are yet to launch our product. We wanted to create a brand with digital marketing channels. And in the second stage, we wanted to partner with, say, corporates and enterprises to reach out to their base. Third one means partnering with banks and financial institutions. They can, kind of enable Jax as a gifting solution for their customer base. This is our business model. We make money on every transaction when customer buys or sends gift. That means currently we make around 1.5% to 2%. That's our revenue model. This is the team. Myself, founder and CEO. Hari is my co-founder and COO, takes care of marketing and sales. And we have Karthik, who takes care of entire product. And we have Ashok heading the entire engineering team. And we have Santosh takes care of entire UI, UX on the product side.
Have you started monetizing?
Sorry?
You started monetizing?
No, not yet. We are yet to launch.
So,
video. Give me a second.
you have a video?
Yeah, just few. This is sending gift. Yeah, this is how the gifting flow works.
So, as you know, like corporate gifting is, one of the core, if not the biggest, for a gifting, target audience. Now, you need to do KYC for a person who's also being gifted, because there's mutual fund involved, right?
Yeah, mutual fund, we need to do KYC for the receiver. See,
Right.
Manjunath is gifting someone.
Yeah.
I don't need to go through the KYC.
But that's your first product, right?
No, gold and silver.
Okay.
That's the first product.
Okay.
Next product will be a mutual fund. Already we are working with banks, one bank and a couple of AMCs to launch the mutual fund product.
Just adding to the question, in the digital gold also, you don't need to do the KYC for the person who's being gifted?
Digital gold, we don't need to we don't need to do KYC for both receiver and sender up to 2 lakhs. If they cross 2 lakhs, we need to do the KYC.
Who's the underlying platform who's providing the product? Is it Safe
Gold, not Safe Gold, Augment. We partnered with Augment.
Got it. Okay.
What is the average transaction size you're looking at?
We are looking at around 500 rupees average ticket size.
You mentioned insurance as a product.
Yes.
Is it regulatory allowed? Because there is an insurable interest concept of insurable
Yeah,
interest.
exactly. Yeah, means it's too early for us. Similar to mutual fund, it means we have some regulatory aspects which we need to take care. Like third-party payments also is there with respect to mutual funds, which we are working, and yeah, we are coming up with a process and flow which will take care of those things.
Which all mutual fund you have been discussing with?
Mutual funds?
Yeah.
I don't know. Means we are working with ICICI and Motilal.
Thank you.
So how are you going to drive engagement? Because you mentioned birthdays and weddings, but those are very rare occasions, right? And even if the ticket size is not going to be significant, at 500 rupees, you stand to make 1.5 to 2% off that. So how are you going to drive engagement? How are you going to incentivize people to come on board, transact more? Second question is, JAR already has a significant base that transacts quite regularly because of their, roundup and savings features. What's to stop them from also building out a tiny piece as a gifting platform?
See, our engagement model, that's where it's not only gifting per se. Means, on an average, we have done research as well as survey with more than 1,000 people. On an average, a person attends 5 events or occasions where gift is involved, right? With that assumption, with that means at least 5 times customer will come to JAIX and do the transactions. And to add to that, we are creating these features, right? Event creation and kind of giving the reminders, setting up the reminders for whatever the occasion or event might be. And means we are pulling birthdays and occasions from their personal social media accounts like Facebook, all that, right? Means that will come and sits in JAIX as an ongoing celebration or upcoming events. They will come instead of going to Facebook, Insta and all that, they can see whoever birthdays are happening in the next 5 days, 6 days. From various social medias, we will pull that information and give it to the users. That's one kind of engagement which we are looking at.
Okay, and what's the customer acquisition cost currently?
We are yet to launch.
But what do you estimate it to be?
We are looking at around 150 rupees per customer.
Okay, and assuming you're taking 2% on transactions, and that's 5 transactions in a year, you'll be making 50 rupees off a customer, and you'll be spending 150 rupees.
No, means if you see, means we'll be break even in 8 transactions. That's our break even, and the CAC.
Okay, sure. And regarding the competitive angle from stopping a platform like JAR or someone from building out that piece as well?
See, I mean, JAR is positioning themselves as micro savings and investment platform, whereas JAIX, we want to be place to go for gifting. That's how we are positioning. From day one, means it's like we are a gifting platform for financial products. If someone wanted to gift some meaningful gift, JAIX is the platform to go. Yeah, thank you.
Well, that was Mr. Reddy. And up next, without any further ado, I would like to call upon co-founder Circle, Mr. Navan Jaiswal, up on the stage, please. Put your hands together for Mr. Jaiswal. And please allow us a minute for their setup. You have a setup, right? All right, can I please request the team to have cordless mics and lapels?
Are we audible?
Sure. So, everyone, first of all, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to explain what we're building at Circle. So, I'll quickly start off with our introductions. Yeah. So, starting with myself, I've done my studying from IIT Delhi. During my time there, I've already have 2 of my own startups. One was in the electric mobility space, and the other was of my own shoe brand where we had a manufacturing line. In both the cases, we generated revenue, but due to COVID, we couldn't scale it further, so we had to shut shop. After that, I worked with some B schools like INSEAD and Columbia and did a lot of industry work there. And post that, I joined a early stage company by the name of Expand My Business. So I joined as a founding team member where I led the enterprise business and created that entire vertical, generating the highest revenue for the company and closing our pre-series A round there of $1.6 million with Tangley and Charate. Afterwards, which I left and started building Circle with Navan.
Yeah, giving you a quick introduction myself. So I started my journey from policy making. Initially, I started working with Aam Aadmi Party, and then I worked with the government of Madhya Pradesh that was majorly around recycling projects in their tier 3 districts and gaining some insight from the recycling space. Then I had a startup of my own, particularly targeting students based out of North Campus, University of Delhi. We were generating revenue, selling them recycled products. But then COVID came in and kids went back, so we eventually had to shut shop. And it was during that time that I sat for CAT and luckily cracked it as well. But over time, I dropped the idea of going to IIMS and pursuing a formal MBA because I joined Expand a Business. Us time pe it was a 5 logo ka team tha. We joined as the 5th and the 6th folks, and eventually I was building the entire supply chain of the marketplace. It was an IT marketplace aggregator for businesses to procure IT services, and I was responsible for building the entire supply chain. And that's where we started really working together, and we realized that we make a good team together. It was in last December that we came across a problem that we are solving at Circle, and in March we left our jobs to work on Circle full time.
So, talking about the market landscape of India, जो नवन और मैंने अभी देखा है यहाँ पे, तो इंडिया में अभी 24 करोड़ जनता है आपकी जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर में एम्प्लॉयज रजिस्टर्ड है विद अ पीएफ अकाउंट. ये वो जनता है जो महीने में 16 से 25 हज़ार के बीच में एक एवरेज मंथली सैलरी विड्रॉ कर रही है. अब इस कॉमन मैन की जो है अबंडेंस और स्केल पे फैला हुआ है, इसकी हमने 3 बेसिक प्रॉब्लम्स आइडेंटिफाई करी हैं. पहली, इस आदमी का हाथ में रोकड़ा नहीं है. दे डू नॉट हैव डिस्पोजेबल इनकम, कैश इन हैंड एंड लिक्विडिटी. 30,000 कमा रहा है, उसका वो कुछ नहीं कर पाता. सेकंड, बैंक में पैसे नहीं, क्योंकि आज तक वो सेविंग्स ही नहीं कर पाए. ही डजंट अंडरस्टैंड इन्वेस्टमेंट, ही डजंट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आर द फ्यूचर वेल्थ अपॉर्चुनिटीज. और थर्ड, इसकी कोई क्रेडिट हिस्ट्री नहीं है, तो इसको कोई पेनिट्रेट नहीं कर पा रहा. एंड नवन एंड आई स्ट्रांगली बिलीव दैट दिस कैन बी सॉल्व्ड विद सैलरी एंड सेविंग्स बिकॉज इट इज स्टिल अनटैप्ड. And it is a very, also offers a huge opportunity of creating a secured lending business, and we'll show you how we do that.
Yeah, so talking about Circle. Circle is essentially a fintech product that is introduced by an employer in his organization. Now, when we talk about this common man of India, जो 30,000 रुपये महीना कमा रहा है, उसके लिए Circle is a product that offers him disposable income. For a 30,000 rupee earning employee, Circle जो पहली चीज करता है is to offer him salaries on a daily basis. But before Circle, he was getting his salary only at month end. He did not have access to it on a daily basis. With Circle, we give him the $1,000 on a daily basis, which he gets on the application itself and accesses it via the card. Over and above, because I'm aware of the payroll status and the entire employment history, I also offer him a pre-approved credit limit over and above the daily salary that is providing this individual. This is what we are solving in short term in terms of disposable income for this common man. In the long run, how we are like solving savings for them is via our pension fund. हम उनको simple बोलते हैं यार, if I'm paying you 1,000 rupees as a daily salary, you can save as low as rupees 20 from that daily salary, which I will be investing in a pension fund. And by the time you turn say 55, 60, you'll have a handsome corpus of 25, 30 lakhs in your hand. That is how we solve disposable income and savings in the short and the long run. Now, talking about how are we different in the market and how we are essentially changing how lending works in this space and specifically credit. Abhi ke, when we talk about the consumer lending players that are already there in the market, there are three major problems that they're facing as of now. First is they do not have a strong underwriting, due to which they are facing huge defaults. At the same time, because of their partnership with NBFCs, they like at all points in time in their transaction, they incur a heavy cost of capital. And the third and most important is they are not being able to complete the recovery cycle or have a secured recovery model in place. We change all of that entirely. We have a secured lending model in place, and the first unique thing that we do is we partner with banks. We do not work with NBFCs at all. We have secured a partnership with IndusInd Bank that gives us a 40 to 45 day free cost of capital access to credit, which is being offered on these credit cards to the individuals. Over and above, like what makes this partnership collaboration partnership possible is our B2B2C model. How we go about this? We get to the employer. To the employer, we have three specific USPs that we sell across to these employers. The first that we sell across to these employers is the huge financial perk of offering their employees salaries on a daily basis. उनको हम सिंपल बोलते हैं, उनसे हम 1 रुपए नहीं लेते हैं. We integrate with their payrolls and their payroll and HRMS softwares, and we, out of our own pocket, offer their employees salary on a daily basis across the month. They do not change their payroll structure. They still compensate us only at the month end itself, and that is how we offer this big financial perk at zero cost. Over and above that, in these bigger organizations, when they also realize that beyond finances, the second big problem that they face is in terms of recognizing the employees that are there in the organization itself. उनके पास कोई भी recognition structure in place नहीं होता है. That is where we offer a peer-to-peer reward recognition program. This is essentially a product that is on the application itself. If I want to recognize my peer, I simply extend points to them, and my peer essentially cashes those points against the kind of products that Circle offers them. And this is something that we offer to the employer at free of cost. Even if there is an employer that does not get sold on these metrics, where we are talking about founders who do not have a metric of like intangible or like tangible employee benefit, we offer them direct cost benefit. यहाँ पे we tell them, if you're using किसी भी normal bank का credit card, say if you're using HDFC's credit card, you do not get any cashback on it. If you use Circle's credit card, we give you a direct cost benefit of 0.25 to 1%. अगर वो आदमी 100 करोड़ रुपए अपनी कंपनी के क्रेडिट कार्ड से स्पेंड कर रहा था, now he's saving 25 lakhs to 1 CR of direct cost on the entire P&L structure that he has in place. And that is how we get the employer on board. And once this employer says that you can come on my platform, we take their CASA and tax returns to IndusInd Bank. IndusInd Bank does the underwriting and understands whether the employer can afford to pay salaries or not. Once that credibility is established, we enter the organization. And to these employees and to this common man of India that we're talking about, the idea of getting salary on a daily basis with someone who hasn't never had access to formal credit via our product, that is something that is completely miraculous for this individual, and that is how we change the cycle.
So guys, यहाँ पर सीन क्या बन रहा है, जैसे वो कार्ड CEO इंट्रोड्यूस करता है, फर्स्ट वी गेट द परफॉर्मेंस रेफरल फॉर दैट, वो कार्ड पहुंच जाएगा सारे लोगों की टेबल पे, एक मेल शूट आउट हो जाएगा, एंड द CEO विल टेल यार ये एप्लीकेशन है, डेली तनख्वाह मिलती है तुम्हें, और यहाँ पीयर टू पीयर रिकग्निशन होता है. द एम्प्लॉई कम्स ऑन टू द एप्लीकेशन बिकॉज ऑफ द इंटाइसिंग फैक्टर कि अच्छा डेली तनख्वाह मिल जाएगी, चलो आ जाते हैं और मैं इसको रिवॉर्ड कर दूंगा, मेरे को पॉइंट्स मिल जाएंगे, मैं अपने रिवॉर्ड्स लेता रहूंगा. एज सुन एज द कम ऑन टू द एप्लीकेशन दे रियलाइज कि उस सैलरी के ऊपर एक फ्री इंटरेस्ट फ्री जीरो इंटरेस्ट के साथ एक क्रेडिट लिमिट भी है. 30,000 के ऊपर मैं उसको 25,000 फ्री में भी दे रहा हूँ. अनकॉन्शियसली आई एम मेकिंग देम माय क्रेडिट यूजर. यहाँ पर आई हैव नेवर शोन देम एड्स क्या उनसे क्रेडिट खरीदो, आई हैव नेवर आस्क्ड देम टू साइन अप फॉर क्रेडिट, आई जस्ट सोल्ड देम डेली सैलरी एज अ हेडलाइन, बट आई एम मेकिंग देम माय क्रेडिट यूजर टू क्रिएट माय ट्रू बिजनेस विच इज ऑफ लेंडिंग. अब यहाँ पर फंडा हम कंप्लीट करते हैं अपना डिफॉल्ट पे. अब मान लीजिए वो जो यूजर है, जो मेरा क्रेडिट यूजर बना है, वो मेरे साथ 3,000 रुपए की EMI बांधता है, मंथ एंड का उसको 3,000 पे करना है, और वो कर गया उस पर डिफॉल्ट. उस 3,000 को मैं रिकवर कैसे करता हूँ? आई टेल हिम, देख भाई तू 1,000 रुपए मुझसे डे ऑन डे ले रहा था, उस 1,000 पे मैं तेरे से अक्रॉस द मंथ 100 रुपए काट के तेरी डेली सैलरी से आई विल रिकवर दैट. आई वोंट स्टॉप योर कैश फ्लो. मैं तेरे को 10 लोग नहीं भेजूंगा घर पे और कॉल करवाऊंगा और तेरे को ओवरबर्डन भी नहीं करूंगा. जस्ट यूज योर डेली सैलरी टू सफाइस विद दैट. आई एम कवरिंग माई डिफॉल्ट ऑन क्रेडिट by keeping daily salary as collateral in a very risk management manner. यहाँ पर we complete the cycle of covering the default. अब हमको ये समझ में आता है कि फिनटेक में असली धंधा लेंडिंग में ही है. The point is that you can just do it better and better. पेटीएम हो या भारत पे हो, स्टार्ट पेमेंट से करो, एंड में आज कंज्यूमर को और मर्चेंट को सब लोन दे रहे हैं. यहाँ पर हम लोग अपना लेंडिंग बिजनेस बना रहे हैं इसी तरीके से, एंड दिस इज हाउ वी एंटर इनटू द मार्केट. एंड yeah, so these are some of the dashboard screens that we have in place. This is the employer dashboard in case of the reward and this is the employer dashboard in case of daily salary. उसको दिख जाए कि यार इतनी जनता एक्टिव है, इतने एनरोल्ड हैं, इतने लोगों ने सैलरी विड्रॉ करी है, इतने मेरे मंथली एक्टिव यूजर्स हैं, एंड दिस इज हाउ दे विल बी गेटिंग एन आइडिया हाउ डिपेंडेंट एंड हाउ कैश क्रंच these employees are who are working in their company. उसके ऊपर में उसको बोलता है अरे रिवॉर्ड एंड रिकग्निशन का सिस्टम है तुम्हारा, यहाँ पर तुमको सब दिख रहा है कि यार टॉप अवार्ड्स गिवन, ये तुम्हारी जनता है, ये मैनेजर्स हैं, इनमें से ये अच्छे मैनेजर्स हैं जिनको उनकी टीम अप्रिशिएट कर रही है, ये तुम्हारे जनता है जो जिनको पॉइंट्स ही नहीं मिल रहे हैं, दीज आर द पीपल हु आर गेटिंग रिकग्नाइज्ड एंड दीज आर द नंबर ऑफ रिवॉर्ड्स व्हिच आर गेटिंग एक्सचेंज, द एंगेजमेंट स्कोर व्हिच टेल्स अस, दिस क्रिएट्स एन अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर मी टू टेल द कंपनी कि यार देख तेरी जनता को चाहिए ये, तेरी जनता को रिकग्नाइज करना है एक दूसरे को और उनको उसके अगेंस्ट रिवॉर्ड्स चाहिए, एंड दिस इज व्हाट मेक्स the employer also motivated to get this installed from every employee in the company as well, and the employees install it because they know कि यार पॉइंट इसको एक्सचेंज करूंगा और रिवॉर्ड लूंगा, इससे बस मेरा एप्लीकेशन पे साइन अप होगा, धंधा मैं लेंडिंग से ही बनाऊंगा आगे। एंड once we actually look at how do we make the real money here, तो हमारी दो मेजर स्ट्रीम्स हैं, एक तो मेरी क्रेडिट जनरल स्ट्रीम्स हैं, दिस इज द प्राइमरी सोर्स ऑफ रेवेन्यू, एक बार बंदा एप्लीकेशन पे आ गया, आई विल बी अर्निंग फ्रॉम द interchange fees that I have, the cross-selling fees that I'll be doing, and the interest on EMIs post 45 days. Here I like to point out कि interest पे हम ज़्यादा अच्छा गेम कैसे बना रहे हैं। अभी नॉर्मल जो NBFC backed fintechs होते हैं, उनको पहले पीछे से ही NBFC एक मोटा COC चार्ज कर रहा है, इंटरेस्ट दे रहा है, आगे वो यूजर को 25% पे इंटरेस्ट देता है। उनका गेम होता है मैं 2 घंटे में दे दूंगा। बैंक के पास जाओगे वो लोएस्ट इंटरेस्ट देगा लेकिन 2 हफ्ते में। हमारे केस में हम गेम बदल रहे हैं, because you are already an asset for IndusInd Bank and you've been using their credit and you are they understand your financial health, bank can also give you that 10 to 12% का loan in 2 hours itself, and this is how we get a huge spread in between। मैं lowest interest rate पे अपना टॉप अप डाल के कंपटीशन से भी कम मार्जिन में इंटरेस्ट खींचूंगा। एंड फिर आता है हमारा पेनल्टी, defaulters penalty can only act as a revenue when you can recover it efficiently and within time, which we are able to do with the salary and referral fee from the pension fund। जितने 100 लोग अगर सर्कल पे उनमें से 10 भी मेरे साथ बोल देता है मंथ ऑन मंथ यार मेरा इतना SIP बांध दो, उस पर आई गेट अ सर्टेन परसेंटेज। दिस इज द जनरल स्ट्रीम। एम्प्लॉइज का इसका पर्पस क्या है, टू एज अ कंपनी वी वांट अ कंसिस्टेंट कैश फ्लो कमिंग इन नो मैटर व्हाट। मैं ये नहीं चाहता यार कल को यार ये यूजर्स चल रहे हैं इनके ट्रांजैक्शन के बेस पे मेरी रेवेन्यू डिपेंड करे। यहाँ पर वी चार्ज अ मंथली मेंबरशिप फीस। ये सर्कल कार्ड एक कंपनी में जाता है 3 महीना, वी टेल देम दैट यू कैन यूज इट फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट। 3 महीना अपना डेली तनख्वाह लो, फ्री क्रेडिट चलाओ, अपना रिटायरमेंट सॉर्ट करो। 3 महीने मैंने पढ़ लिया, ठीक है यार ये आदमी 20% विड्रॉ कर रहा है, इतना जमा कर रहा है, ये आदमी 80% विड्रॉ कर रहा है। फॉर दैट पर्सन सर्कल इज इंडिस्पेंसिबल, क्योंकि सारी सैलरी मुझसे ले लेता है, वो मंथ ऑन मंथ सर्वाइव ही नहीं कर सकता। तो इस आदमी से मैं 20 रुपये चार्ज करूंगा क्योंकि उसको खलेगा नहीं, और उससे 200 रुपये चार्ज करूंगा क्योंकि उसकी मजबूरी है। एंड दिस इज व्हाट वी डू इन द डिफरेंशियल प्राइसिंग मॉडल टू जनरेट अ पेइंग एक्टिव यूजर बेस। धीरे धीरे दिस विल ग्रो and eventually be a backfall for the company itself. And now if we talk about the competitors in the space. So I understand there's a very fine line for Circle, that are we a lending business or are we a daily salary business? Daily salary business is just to get the customers on board. Eventually what I'm doing with this customers is creating a lending business out of them. बस कार्ड उसकी जेब में पहुंचाना है, फ्रिक्शन रिमूव करके। I think Naman, if you could add.
The underlying thesis of why there is a strong need of the product in the market apart from our research is the example of how credits and BNPLs panned out in India. क्रेडिट कार्ड इंडस्ट्री का हमने देखा 20 से 25% हर साल ग्रो करते थे। BNPLs है मार्केट में, BNPLs ने कुछ नहीं किया, वो बस एप्लीकेशन के थ्रू लोन डिसबर्स करते थे एंड दे created a CAGR of 320% plus in the market. What they shown in the market कि यार मार्केट में ना इंडिया में सबको क्रेडिट चाहिए with an average user age of 27. You just need to remove the entire friction from the equation, और अगर आपने पूरा फ्रिक्शन हटा दिया तो ये मार्केट आपसे क्रेडिट लेती ही जाएगी। एंड दैट इज व्हाट वी आर डूइंग विद सर्कल। आप आज अपनी कंपनी में जाते हो जस्ट लाइक योर रेगुलर डे, योर एम्प्लॉयर टेल्स यू कि भाई ये सर्कल का कार्ड है, यहाँ पे तो अपने बंदों को इधर उधर रिवॉर्ड दे दियो, अपनी डेली सैलरी ले लेना, और यहाँ पे अपना रिटायरमेंट अगर तेरे को सॉर्ट करना है तो कर लेना। दैट इज हाउ वी गेट इन द मार्केट, वी रिमूव द एंटायर फ्रिक्शन फ्रॉम द इक्वेशन, एंड दैट इज व्हाट BNPLs have established very well. We changed the game in how we are secured in the entire model, how we are recovering the amount, and what sort of cost of capital are we incurring, which is essentially zero for the 45-day period that we are extending it.
So under the shadow of daily salary, we are creating the lending business. So I have to fight with the competitors who I have in the space. There are Refine and Jiffy. These are the major primary players in the Indian market space who are working on this, and they validate the idea beautifully that yes, market में need है इस चीज़ की. And wrapping up quickly is तो Refine and Jiffy का हमने दो चीज़ें what we observed was, if Refine is introduced in a company of 1,000 employees, it is not necessary for every employee to install that application. पता चला 1000 में से 100 लोगों ने ही install करा हुआ है. Now if that person is withdrawing the salary, then only Refine earns. If they don't, they earn nothing. If the person leaves the company, Refine also loses a user. In our case, we had to cover all of those aspects. यहाँ पर बंदा मेरे को एक मेंबरशिप दे रहा है और अपना क्रेडिट जो यूज कर रहा है उस पर मैं पैसा कमा रहा हूँ। एक बार एम्प्लॉयर इंट्रोड्यूस करता है, एम्प्लॉयर इज ऑल्सो टेलिंग यार सब इंस्टॉल करो क्योंकि मेरे को P2P रिकॉग्नाइज करवाना है। एम्प्लॉयज भी करेंगे कि यार मेरे को इसको पॉइंट एक्सचेंज करना है, रिवॉर्ड चाहिए, सो इट्स अ हुक एंड पुल फीचर फॉर देम टू इंस्टॉल। सेकेंडली, बंदा कल को कंपनी भी छोड़ दे, आई नो दैट डेली सैलरी वाला फीचर रुक जाएगा, बट दे आर स्टिल माई क्रेडिट यूजर, उसका रिटायरमेंट अभी भी मेरे साथ बना हुआ, दे आर स्टिल अ सर्कल यूजर फॉर अस, वी वोंट एवर लूज दैट यूजर एट एनी कॉस्ट। And these were the incentives and the revenue streams. They earn typically majorly on the withdrawals that they get, transaction fee on the withdrawals that the employees do on their salary, and we have multiple offerings there. Traction in terms, so Refine has been backed by Tiger Global recently with a $80 million funding. They have a 200 companies base plus 1 million employees access. Similarly with Jiffy along with Sequoia and Axel, and this is what our status is right now. So we have 10 plus of confirmation from CEOs of companies having employee size having 100 to 500 in the IT domain, and these are the committed investors at this point. And the product slide. So these are the quick product slides that we have. I think Navan.
Yeah, just a quick thing to point out when we talk about peer-to-peer recognition. आज तक यूपीआई में कूपन्स मिलता है. There is a lot of negative sentiment against coupons in the market. हम यहाँ पे कूपन्स वाला पूरा फंडा हटा रहे हैं. हम सिंपल एक ई-कॉमर्स प्लेयर से पार्टनर करते हैं. हम कहते हैं यार अगर तुम्हारे पास 500 पॉइंट केतली ले लो, 800 पॉइंट हेडफोन्स ले लो, और एम्प्लॉयर को हम बोलते हैं कि यार तुम्हारी कंपनी है, तुम्हारी कंपनी के ब्रांडेड हेडफोन्स यहाँ मैं डाल दूंगा, तुम्हारे बंदे 800 पॉइंट्स के अगेंस्ट तुम्हारी कंपनी के हेडफोन पहन के घूम सकते हैं. I create this entire section because I know कि यार पॉइंट से उनको डायरेक्ट दिखता है कि यार पॉइंट मिलेगा तो मेरे घर पे एक प्रोडक्ट मिलेगा.
सब मेहनत से काम करेंगे, सब रिवॉर्ड्स भी एक्सटेंड करेंगे.
And with EMIs we give them the offering कि यार अगर तुम डिफॉल्ट नहीं करते हो, you can even get daily deductions from the daily salary that I was giving you. That is how we change the EMI cycle in the entire equation as well.
And on the daily salary screen as well, we have this option of about my salary. Employees का बेसिक फंड आता है यार मेरे को पीएफ देखना है, मेरे को अपना ग्रेट्युटी देखना है, देयर इज नो इजी वे टू सी दैट. ये एक बस होके कि अच्छा तेरे को पीएफ देखना है, सर्कल इंस्टॉल कर ले, वहां दिख जाएगा. दैट इज व्हाट वी ट्राइंग टू डू हियर. And our journey at this point, so we are 7 months bootstrapped, we are a 7-member team. Our product team is sitting out of Noida. Our product would be completed by the next mid-month, after which we'll be integrating with the new companies that we have. These are the 20 employers who are giving us access to 5,000 plus employees, which we have already got soft confirmations, and we have established a bank partnership.
And in terms of our fundraise, this is the first round of external funding that we'll be raising. We are looking to raise somewhere between 150 to 200K. This is primarily that we're targeting our strategic investors who can bring their experience as well as support from the external players out there in the market.
And this will provide us a runway of 12 to 15 months.
That's about us and that's about our product.
These are some of the mentors that we have at this point. Mr. Gaurav Anand, Sumit Kumar, Soumitra, Piyush sir, and Mr. Madhav.
Mr. Gaurav Anand specifically was the data science lead at Amex for the past decade, and he's now working with fraud risk at GS. He's primarily helping us surround and make sure that the model is secure in terms of the fraud reductions, even if you're working with the bank as of now.
So guys, that was Circle, and this was an animation which is paused.
They're building lending products, as you mentioned. Everything becomes lending. But I just wanted your thoughts on that actually. Membership fee, do you feel that there might be a little bit of reluctance?
Yes.
Also, when it comes to better interest rates, can you elaborate a little on that front as well?
Sure. So so starting off with the first point, so we will never ask the employer that, tell your employees and give an order that install this application. This is just a soft area where employer subconsciously wants कि यार सारे लोग कर लेंगे तो I'll have more clarity on the work ethics that my employees are facing. Plus employees automatically would install the application because this is a very strong hook for them. That is the reason we've kept this. Otherwise, daily salary in itself is a huge incentive for them. This is just an adding benefit कि यार अगर 1000 में से 100 होते तो आज 500 employees कर लेंगे. Just because maybe 200 इसलिए करेंगे कि यार मेरे को गिफ्ट्स मिलेंगे, 100 लोग इसलिए करेंगे यार मेरे को पीएफ और अपना ग्रेट्युटी दिखता रहेगा, और 100 लोग इसलिए कि डेली डिडक्शन है, और शायद कुछ लोग इसलिए कि रिटायरमेंट है. There should be multiple hooks in the application. One thing that I forgot to mention, in the whole workflow of our application, there is no payment screen there. We are not letting the user go out of the application कि जाओ पेटीएम पे जाके पे कर दो. Since we have the salary in place, रिटायरमेंट में आया उसने कहा 20 रुपये करना, हम कहेंगे अच्छा 20 रुपये 30 रुपये कितना कंफर्म कर दो, डन. पेरोल से हम ऑटोमेटिकली वी विल गेट दैट अमाउंट. वी आर जस्ट गेटिंग अ कंफर्मेशन, वी आर नॉट आस्किंग देम टू पे दैट 20. आप रिटायरमेंट रख लो, लेकिन जब तक वो पेंशन आपको देता नहीं है, देयर इज नो ट्रैक्शन देयर. सो वी हैव रिमूव दैट फ्रिक्शन एंटायरली. 1 महीने 2 महीने 3 महीने बाद वो कंफर्म कर देगा और फिर मैं उसके पेरोल से वो 20 रुपये लेता रहूँगा. Second, on the second point thing, interest का
in terms of just adding on to कि peer-to-peer recognition, how that is a big structure. आपको ये समझना पड़ेगा जो मेरी ऑडियंस है वो 20 से 50,000 रुपए कमाने वाली जनता है. उसके लिए केतली या हेडफोन is such a big incentive if you look at like any like I think you have more than experience to understand कि how crucial of that is a product or how crucial of that is a scheme. और ग्रेचुटी समझना है कि यार मेरे को एम्प्लॉयर को अगर 5 साल बाद छोड़ूंगा तो भाई 2.5 लाख की ग्रेचुटी मिलेगी मेरे को, या मेरा एम्प्लॉयर मेरे लिए हर महीना 1.5 हजार रुपए डाल रहा है मेरी पीएफ में. वो एक ऐसा स्ट्रक्चर है that is what we are bringing out in the application itself. And talking about how we are getting that good spread, अगर when we talk about consumer lending fintechs आगे से आते हैं, ऐड चलाते हैं, आप उस पे जाके अपना लोन ले सकते हो, वो लेकिन 25-30% पे देंगे. उनका सिर्फ एक यूएसपी होता है कि भाई 2 घंटे में लोन डिसबर्स करूंगा. दैट इज द ओनली यूएसपी दैट दे हैव. हम यहाँ पे क्या कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज यू आर ऑलरेडी अ क्रेडिट यूजर विद इंडसइंड को पता है कि भाई तुम किस टाइप के आदमी हो, तुम कितनी तनख्वाह हो, ऑल ऑफ दैट. इंडसइंड आपको बैंक के इंटरेस्ट रेट पे देगा, दैट इज द लोएस्ट इन द मार्केट. नो एनबीएफसी बैक्ड फिनटेक कैन एवर बीट इट. what unique thing that we are doing, will disburse that loan within 2 hours to you. That is what we are doing. ये जो स्प्रेड होता है, बिकॉज आई एम कंपीटिंग अगेंस्ट द 25%, बैंक 12 पे दे रहा है, मैं बैंक से मोटा एफिलिएट बांध के बैंक को बोलूंगा 15% पे दे दे भाई. वो 3% का जो स्प्रेड है उससे वो बैंक बैक चैनल करके दे प्रोवाइड मी अ बेटर एंड अ बिट हैवी एफिलिएट इन द एंटायर प्रोसेस. और वो बिकॉज द ईएमआई रिकवरी प्रोसेस इज सिक्योर्ड एंड आई हैव द श्योरिटी फ्रॉम द एम्प्लॉयर कि अगर एफएनएफ किसी का बांध रहे हो, बिकॉज यू हैव टू ट्रांसफर द पीएफ अकाउंट, आपको मेरे को इन्फॉर्म करना ही पड़ेगा. तो वो वहां पे आई सिक्योर दैट साइकिल. It's never a compulsory product. It's something that the employer introduces. भाई कर लो अगर तुम्हें करना है. And that is what happens in an organization.
Hi. Couple of questions. You said the customer is an existing customer. So help me understand how the customer on day one is an existing customer of the bank. Second question is, who's footing the cost of daily salary? You said you're not charging the consumer. Third question is that are you estimating that you would be regulated eventually, because if you are financing that? And the fourth question is that in case of default, or if the customer leaves the company, is there a guarantee that you have from the employer for recovery, or is that working on soft agreements?
ठीक है. So starting with the first, ये जो साइकिल है कैसे काम कर रही है, हम एम्प्लॉयर को पहले बेचते हैं, बिकॉज वी आर हेजिंग एनी सॉर्ट ऑफ क्रेडिट दैट वी आर गिविंग अगेंस्ट अ सैलरीड एम्प्लॉय. हम उस पे बैंक करेंगे भाई उसकी मंथ ऑन मंथ एक कंसिस्टेंट इनकम है. हम एम्प्लॉयर को पकड़ के उसके कास्ट और टैक्स रिटर्न्स पे ये समझते हैं वेदर पैसा बाजार कैन अफोर्ड टू पे आउट सैलरीज. एक बार वो एस्टैब्लिश हो गया, वी हैव एस्टैब्लिश पैसा बाजार क्रेडिबिलिटी, देन फिर एम्प्लॉई की मैंने पैसा बाजार के एचआरएमएस से पेरोल से सारी स्लिप्स भेजी, उसको पता, बैंक को पता चल गया भाई ये बंदे इनकी इतनी तनख्वाह, ये हिस्ट्री है. दूसरी चीज जो हो रही है, जब एक नॉर्मल एम्प्लॉई आता है वो एक बेसिक केवाईसी करता है अपना पैन और आधार से. अब बैंक ये समझता है कि भाई इसका कोई पहले का डिफॉल्ट है, पहले की बैड हिस्ट्री तो नहीं है. एक बार वो एस्टैब्लिश हो गया, मैं एक सेफ जोन में खेलता हूं. डू नॉट टिपिकली प्ले ऑन द टिपिकल 4x लिमिट दैट हैपेंस ऑन क्रेडिट. मैं 1.2 टू 1.5x की लिमिट पे खेलता हूं ताकि आई हैव एश्योर्ड फंड्स. जो इस पे लिमिट आ रही है, इट्स नॉर्मल बिन क्रेडिट कार्ड दैट इज हैपनिंग. व्हाट बैंक के लिए सिंपल फंड है, भाई तुम मेरे लिए अग्रेसिव रीसेलर्स हो जो मेरे कार्ड की रीच बढ़ाओगे, और बिकॉज मेरे लिए आरबीआई पीछे से घुसा हुआ है कि भाई अनबैंक सेक्टर में और क्रेडिट फैलाओ और मेरे को अपनी वैसी रीच बढ़ानी है, मेरा इंटरचेंज पे वैसे ही मेरा धंधा बनता है, तुम्हारे साथ बिप्स शेयर करने में मेरा कुछ जा नहीं रहा है, आई एम मोर देन हैप्पी टू पार्टनर. एंड सो आर मेनी अदर बैंक्स एज वेल दैट आर आउट देयर. यहाँ पे जो हमारी कोई भी कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल नहीं है, दी डेली सैलरी दैट इज कमिंग, बैंक के लिए नवीन इज वन एसेट, एंड जितनी आगे सैलरी जा रही है वो हमारा फ्रंट एंड, हमारा एप्लीकेशन है, हम उसको इंटरफेस पे दिखा रहे हैं. कार्ड पे एक ही लिमिट है, दैट इज द स्ट्रक्चर जहां पे हम उसे एक तरफ डेली सैलरी दे रहे हैं और एक तरफ फास्ट क्रेडिट का उसको ऑप्शन दे रहे हैं. एम्प्लॉयर के साथ जो हमारा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होता है, इट इज नॉट अ गारंटीड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, इट्स अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ऑफ श्योरिटी, because it's individuals who have an active PF account. If you need to transfer it to another organization, you need to have an FNF in place. वो FNF के लिए वो हमको नोटिफाई करता है. फिर हम उस बंदे को पकड़ते हैं कि भाई क्या ये बंदे ने इतना लोन लिया हुआ है कि भाग जाएगा या चला जाएगा या उसके पास कोई ऑफर लेटर है. फिर हमारी एक क्रॉस अंडरराइटिंग हो जाती है उस FNF के बेसिस पे कि इसको पकड़ लेते हैं, ये कहीं हमारा लोन लेके डिफॉल्ट ना मार जाए. इट्स अ वेरी नॉर्मल लाइक अ वेरी लो, because this is not the segment that eventually vouches against.
And on to the question that once the employee leaves the company, then what happens? तो अब employee ने एक बार company leave कर दी, so the shadow and the security that we had of the company is now absent. In that case, the bank again underwrites that individual just based on their past history. उस पे जो credit limit मिलती है, तो उसके basis पे वो use करता है. Now it's just like a simple credit user for any lending fintech out there. So under the shadow, जब तक वो है, I'm having my bets on the company rather than the user, because company is a much stronger financial asset. और हर month company salary pay करती ही करती है. तो बैंक ने अंडर राइटिंग कर दी, जैसे naveen@paisabazaar.com, उससे आई फेच द डेटा, द यूएएन आईडी, जो पीएफ आईडी होती है आपकी, द एम्प्लॉय आईडी एंड द पेरोल्स ऑफ द पास्ट 6 मंथ्स। बैंक के पास जाता है, अंडर राइटिंग करता है, वो बोलता है यार नवीन की 30,000 की क्षमता है, विच आई एम नॉट स्लाइटली इवन क्लोज, या बट ये 30,000 कमाता है वो, तो हम इसको 50,000 की लिमिट देंगे। सर्कल के पास 50,000 आएगा, सर्कल 50,000 को 2 हिस्सों में दिखाएगा, 30,000 उसका डे ऑन डे 1,000 डेली सैलरी में और 20,000 फास्ट क्रेडिट में। वो उसको ऐसे दिखाया जाए कि यार ये 20,000 फ्री है, क्रेडिट है, यूज कर, ठीक है। उस ही विल नेवर नो दैट दिस इज अ क्रेडिट लिमिट दैट ही इज यूजिंग। ये 45 दिन का फ्री है हमारा, 30 दिन में कंपनी तनख्वाह आएगी, विल कवर द सैलरी, 15 दिन में उसको अपना क्रेडिट बिल करना है, इफ ही डिफॉल्ट्स वी कवर दैट सैलरी।
Just one quick 20 seconds in terms.
Sure.
ठीक है. Yeah. Just on the regulation front, since we're partnering with the bank, we are not anywhere close to regulations.
And we're not storing any data there, not KYC or not having any transaction.
It's a very
the
regulated
membership
structure.
that also comes, that is from the bank itself.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Well, give it up for Team Circle, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, and I'm sure you will be able to have a few minutes later after this session off the hall to have your one-on-one interactions happening around. And lastly, before we wrap up this pitch presentation and the battle, we have one last entity to represent. Here we have Mr. Mitesh Thakkar with us. He's the founder and CEO at Miss Call Pay. Please help me welcome Mr. Thakkar on stage.
Hi, this is Hi, this is Mitesh here. I'm founder of Miss Call Pay. With me is my colleague and team member Yash Raj. Actually, so Miss Call Pay, it's all about simplifying payments for the next billion. So when I say simplifying, you will say, "Is Google Pay is already simple? Phone Pay is already simple. What can be more simpler than Google Pay and Phone Pay? You know, UPI is already simple." Remote ka hai? Yeah. So so here, but see, Google Pay and Phone Pay is simple for people like you and me. It's not simple for people, okay. Not simple for this kind of a target audience, right? Typically, we have elderly in our family, and it's not simple for them. Plus, it's not simple for people like our maid, cook, watchman, drivers. Plus, actually, there are tons of feature phone users actually who are not able to use Google Pay, Phone Pay. So you will say these people are, are the people who are actually, the target audience of Miss Call Pay, but not really. Even the ultra techies who are actually, well versed with technology, they are also, our target audience, and also people like you and me. So how much big this audience is actually, So if you see this, there are 260 million users as per RBI governor recent speech where everybody was there. Actually, there were 260 million people on UPI. So UPI is actually a revolution already. But what is happening is actually there are 933 million people, most of them smartphone users, are still not on UPI. With so much of cashback, so much of gold back, so much of billions of dollars being burnt by Google Pay, Phone Pay, Paytm, and Amazon Pay, still there's a huge market which is untapped, right? And some of them are feature phone users where Google Pay and Phone Pay cannot even penetrate. But most of them are non-tech savvy smartphone users, right? At the same time, they are also users who are actually, they may be having a smartphone, like, for my instance, the elderly in a family, my dad has an iPhone worth 1.5 lakhs, but he's not tech savvy enough to use Paytm. At the same time, there are people, like my maid, actually she has she doesn't have an iPhone, but she has a small Android phone, Samsung Galaxy for 10,000 rupees. But again, there's a limitation of that phone that it doesn't have enough space.
So what happens is actually that once you download a Paytm, now you're a Paytm user. But if you don't, but because you're also using WhatsApp and things on voice actually, as well as you're downloading YouTube videos, your phone is full. And so whenever you want to update a Paytm again, there's no space. And those people lose out to actually being included and then excluded again. So that is a big market, you know. And cash is still a king. About 70% of all transactions still happening on cash, you know. So in the audience, I would like you to volunteer and just try and give a missed call to this number. Anyone, please? And once you get a call back, please pick the speaker phone on. Put the speaker phone on. You can go with the mic there, whoever is doing it. There. Mic is there. Speaker phone on, please.
मिस कॉल पे में आपका स्वागत है। कृपया मितेश ठक्कर को भेजी जाने वाली राशि दर्ज करें।
Please enter some amount. Just 51 rupees or something.
XYZ बैंक का 4 अंकों का UPI पिन दर्ज करें।
So the UPI pin is 4 times 1 1
4 times 1 1.
शुक्रिया आपके भुगतान की पूर्ति हुई।
So you saw that you made a first missed call pay transaction. Now I like to ask you, if you are a Google Pay user, if you rate this experience vis-a-vis Google Pay, how will you rate it? Similar, better, lower? Yeah? How will you rate the experience with vis-a-vis Google Pay? Good? Right? So we call it ultra simple. Now why do we call it ultra simple? Because in this whole process, user does not need a smartphone or a smartphone app. There's no need of internet, can use feature phone. There's not required to be digital literate, and we support 12 different languages. But one of the main use cases, no proximity required. You could do that sitting in your seat right now. Suppose in a cash counter, you don't have to come to the cash counter, scan the QR code or something like that. No need to swipe your card. No need to put your fingerprint for Aadhaar-based withdrawal. So now, actually, a lot of things in India can actually be proximity-less payments can be possible. And there are use cases like many of us, don't like to do things ourselves. Like when I was small, my father used to give me the check and say, bank se withdraw karke leke aao, or something like that. So today, if suppose one person sends her maid or a driver ki jaake petrol pump pe petrol bhara ke leke aao, main aapne meeting mein ja raha hu. Right? I can just send him without giving him cash or without giving him debit card and a PIN. Right? And he fills the tank and he sends me an SMS. Hey, this is the WhatsApp number. This is the missed call number. Give a missed call and make a payment. I remotely sitting in my office, I do that and payment comes and he gets the cash and it comes from the petrol bunk. So those kind of use cases which are not imaginable are now possible. Right? And best part is there's no POS required, no plastic card, good for rural and urban India. And a huge target audience. So you will say that it's ultra simple, but we also ultra secure. So why people like you will also start using it? We all know Google Pay, Phone Pay can be spoofed, right? There are spoof apps of Paytms and all that. But missed call pay can't even be spoofed. There's no phishing possible because you give a missed call, you get a callback. And callback always happens to a person who possesses the phone in his hand. So that makes it foolproof, right? And callback, and because the callback is happening in less than 10 seconds, it is far lesser than the window period of OTPs, 2 to 5 minutes. So that's the reason why it cannot be phished. We call it Jamtara proof solution actually, right? And user gets greeted in his own voice. One more thing, this is about the security. Second thing is sense of security. So how will the old and aged audiences as well as the vulnerable population actually, maids, cook, watchmen, drivers, how will they actually trust this? So what happens is when they give a missed call, they get a call back. Say hello Jitesh, tumi Mitesh Thakkar anna rupya kiti taka jayade tak tume taka. Now what happens is actually that this fellow gets a call back announcing his own name, his own voice, Jitesh. And then actually his preferred language Marathi. So whichever part of the country is he, if he's in Tamil Nadu also, he will get a call back in Marathi. Now, actually, how a hacker sitting in Jamtara knows that this fellow's name is Jitesh and he speaks Marathi, right? That's make it far more secure than Google Pays, Phone Pays, and Paytms who can be spoofed and people have been conned. So conning is also, the social engineering itself is not possible here. So this was created by me. I was an ethical hacker before starting this venture, and it's been certified by NPCI, and we are 27,001 certified. Plus, we have another use case, which is that of a voice biometric. So my colleague will actually try to give you a demo as to what, so we are trying to do even pinless transactions in the future. So we all saw a launch of UPI Lite. You guys were there. UPI Lite allows a pinless transactions. And RBI governor announced it in front of a big way, and it's in news everywhere. Just imagine UPI is now getting, right? So now he has just given a missed call, and please do the volunteer someone for. So there's one phrase that you need to speak. So you all remember the Khulja Sim Sim phrase actually? Khulja Sim Sim and the gufa khul jata tha. Now Khulja Sim Sim karke aapka bank account khul jayega. That kind of thing I'm talking about. So instead of Khulja Sim Sim, you have to just say, in my country India, my voice is my password. You know? What?
Try from your phone.
Come on, man. Network नहीं है क्या issue है?
It's connected to Wi-Fi.
So you will get a call back. So ठीक है, we'll proceed actually. So what happens is you give a missed call, you get a call back. It says how much amount you want to enter, and then instead of asking a PIN, it says you just say मेरे भारत देश में मेरी आवाज मेरी पहचान है, and voila, the transaction gets done. So why we created that use case? Because in rural India, a lot of people are used to put Aadhaar fingerprint. You know, what if they forget PIN, right? And this was one of the investor feedback that
You
we
are
got.
trying to pay ₹100 to Mitesh Thakkar from your Bank of India
Please, oriented
account
with someone.
ending with 3460. If this is correct, please speak after me. In my country, India, my voice is my password.
Huh. Someone else?
Authenticating your voice. You are not authenticated. Please try again. Please speak after me. In my country, India, my voice is my password.
Now you speak.
Sorry, I could not recognize you. Please speak after me. In my country, India, my voice is my password.
In my country, India, my voice is my password.
Sorry, I could not recognize you. Please speak after me. In my country, India, my voice is my password.
In my country, India, my voice is my password.
What is this?
Your maximum twice limit is exceeded.
Sorry. For some reason, demo fails to work. Newton's law of motion, or whatever. Right. So, yeah. So apart from being ultra secure, we are also future proof. Investors will say, okay, we are not going to invest in something which is 2G, 3G. We are talking about 5G, 6Gs of the world. We're sitting in Geo is launching 5G and 6G. But voice is the future of fintech. You know, Amazon, Alexa, OK Google, and Siri are already making voice-based commerce a big business in US. So in 2018, American bank, according to American banker, the voice-based commerce was $2 billion business in America. And in 2022, it's $40 billion business, 20x growth in voice business. At the same time, actually, in India also, the number is very, very good. So 270% year-on-year voice search queries in India. People are searching today on YouTube saying, Bolo Hanuman Chalisa, and Hanuman Chalisa starts. That's how the voice is getting adopted. Very soon, everything can become voice-based payment actually, and that's what the vision of RBI Governor and NPCI is, and we have been supported by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to actually launch this in India in a very big way. So what are our main USPs actually? So ultra secure, Jamtara proof, interbank geography with high availability actually. When we have highly scalable infrastructure. One of our CTO advisor is actually Mr. Raju Wadalkar. He was the guy who's known as the guy who was behind the revolution of telecom. So he was the guy who joined Mukesh Ambani as a first employee, among the first employees. And he established something where Dhirubhai Ambani had told Mukesh Ambani that if you want to get into telecom, you better do something that actually bring the cost of telecom to less than 50 paisa. Otherwise, we're not doing that business. And that challenge was taken by Raju Wadalkar. He brought that CDMA, remember that crazy idea that whenever you go into a different city, the city number will change. That was the brainchild of Mr. Raju Wadalkar. And he today, we are very grateful and thankful that we have such a great advisor who advised revolution of telecom to join us to actually help us advising on a payment revolution in India. Right? We have multiple use cases for offline merchants, online merchants, peer-to-peer merchants, kirana stores. Be it anything of payments, actually we have been doing that. The format in which actually it will be launched is this. Actually, all this kind of QR codes will be, shifted to this kind of a QR, which is a hybrid QR you will see, and will be banks QR, right? And also this kind of a badge. So why partnership with banks? So banks are losing the turf in front of Google Pay, Phone Pay, but what is actually happening, people actually value bank relationship far better. When it comes to cash withdrawal or different format, people go to State Bank more than IndusInd Bank and lesser to any private label. But when it comes to payments, Paytm, Google Pay is the white label sources where people are going. So and we have seen with the merchants also, like this. If you see this QR code, this merchant adopted, instead of actually Google Pay, Paytm, he whitewashed everything. When his bank himself offered him, the Tamil Nadu Marketlal Cooperative Bank offered him a QR code, he removed that. So that's what the merchants value relationship with bank, and if a bank gives them a QR code which is co-branded with Miss Call Pay, we will get the market share there. So what are modes? So the first is we have intellectual property, we have patents, we have trademark. Miss Call Pays are trademark registered in multiple categories in India and abroad. Then co-branding with banks, ensure that brand recognition, high trust and reach of end users. Right, so and then with that we're creating a voice biometric based, one of the India's largest network. Right, so when multiple banks, and so voice biometric based network, and then we will also get into distribution channels and fintechs SaaS actually. So about traction, we have got Bank of India and IDFC First Banks. You can visit our stall actually at SP4. We also have so many more details, or we can also share you some of the brochure templates for anybody who wants to look at more. And we have we'll be reaching about 4 crore users in the first 1 year of our launch. So one of the biggest use cases is the bill payment. Right? So with the biller, you will get an SMS. So while right now you get for EMI collections and all that, you get an SMS. The same way SMS, dear Mr. Wag, your bill for so-and-so is now overdue. Give a missed call on this number and pay now and avoid disconnection. So this is our unit economics. If any comes for any Q&A, I will just show up there. Right? And this is our future roadmap. So we'll start with recharge, bill payment, and EMI use cases. Then we'll go to a second, which is actually kirana stores and with some great partnerships, and also then get into lending, right? And the monetization of data. So best part is we get paid for every user acquired. Unlike Google Pay, Phone Pay, who actually had huge CAC, actually what happens is here for recharge, we actually get paid at least 2 rupees or 1 rupee or something, or even 50 paise for getting that user acquired on our network. So on the future, so we are raising about $5 million. The last round we raised was about $1 million. Right, and in that 2021, and now it's time for raising $5 million actually for when we're going to get launched. What is an upside for the investors? Actually, that companies in the same domain, the PhonePe, where the transaction time of 25 billion has a valuation of 7 to 8 billion, and Paytm both together around 10 billion or something. So here what we foresee is that we are into a transaction TAM of 752 billion. Certainly a unicorn opportunity. So a huge upside for the investors who join us on the path. So this is a break of where are we going to spend that $5 million in manpower, 0.8 million, and maximum it's going to be in manpower and technology cost, and rest in infra. This is our team, and so this is our advisor team. We have Atul Mehta also from Razorpay helping us in strategizing the pricing and other strategies, and Raju Odalkar sir, as I told you. Yeah, we have won a couple of awards, and we have been incubated at IIM Ahmedabad as well as IHABA Gujarat. And we got Bill and Melinda Gates grant as well as award as one of the great Grand Challenge winners. And recently, we were among the 18 non-tech US, non-US startups in Silicon Valley being awarded as TI 50, Silicon Valley. And this is my photo at the launch at the RBI, with RBI Governor launching Miss Call Pay. With this, thank you. Open for question.
Mitesh, you've been running the business for around 5 years, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
4 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's been the revenue generated so far, and what are the use cases that are currently live?
So, I'll go back to the slide. And so, I established my business in 2017, right? And then I was also having another business, which was I was bootstrapping this business through another business called Adoroy. What happened is actually I started with Miss Call Pay use case, and I got incubated at IIM Ahmedabad. And then in that program, IIGP program, they told me that what you're trying to do is great, but we don't have any, you don't have a regulatory clearance for this product. So you better do not get into this full time. So continue this. So on a back burner, I was trying to get this certified, okay, regulatory cleared and all that. And so, so this business didn't have much revenue other than the service revenue or some kind of consulting revenues that I used to get, 50-60 lakh rupees or 1 crore a year or something like that. So what happened is actually in 2019, so 2016 was, how did I get this idea was after demonetization in 2016, 2017 I was in Gujarat. And when I saw huge queues everywhere, and Paytm ads with Modi ji's photo there, and I thought, this is what is happening. There is huge queue. People are not able to understand that actually Paytm download karke queue avoid karo yaar. Get digital. But then that's where I thought, okay, that's where I can use my patent, which is awarded, which I filed in America, and try to do something for the country. And that's where in 2017 I incorporated the business. But then I was told that your product is good, but actually wait till you get regulatory clearance. And regulatory clearance, after a lot of legwork, only came in when RBI woken up that, yeah, this is required. And the first ever regulatory sandbox, this was, was feature phone payments, actually, sandbox. And that's where, and then there was also followed by Bill and Melinda Gates' great grand challenge for feature phone users. And that's where we participated. Among the 750 innovations across the world, we made it among the top 3, And the top 3, we were the number 1 for the voice category. That's how, and Tone Tag was number 3, and number 1 was Gupshup. So Gupshup is a unicorn. Tone Tag is also funded by Amazon with $15 million recent round. So that's, and only recently on 8th March, finally we got this RBI clearance, 8th March, about 4-5 months ago. And then because we are working with a PSU called Bank of India, so PSU has their own ways of actually launching a product, a very, a CUG way and all that. So we were not able to go live commercially, but we have only recently gone live. And in fact, we are going live with IDFC Bank also in this very month in Navratri, within a week or something. Yeah.
Okay, sure. And
so like, like WhatsApp Pay was going to get introduced. And it took 2 to 3 years even for WhatsApp to get clearance to start payments in India. And even now, using WhatsApp, you can maximum pay up to 2,000 rupees, and not all people are still able to jump it. So that's how RBI is trying to play safe while launching a payment product which can have access to many people's bank account. Thank you.
So irrespective of the safety, maybe public perception is what's going to be a challenge, right? Like, how many people will make large transactions on the basis of voice? You can tell them it's safe. There can be use cases proving that it's safe, but I mean, do you see a lot of friction with adoption? How do you aim to solve this?
So very simple. Cyber security is a problem of cyber world. You will agree that, right? And everything runs on the internet today, right? But मिस कॉल पे doesn't. साइबर ही नहीं है तो इंटरनेट ही नहीं है तो कहाँ सिक्योरिटी का इशू है? Have you heard about phone banking being hacked? No, that is the kind of promotional campaign we are going to do, right? Internet ही नहीं है. And have you seen Uri movie where actually a NSA Ajit Doval cuts the phone and throws, right? Have you been to any army place where they don't allow you to take smartphone inside? If you have feature phone, you can go. That paranoid they are. Even those who are paranoid about security will start using missed call pay. And we will make them brand ambassadors. Ex-army general, I will make him a brand ambassador. Okay, I can now go inside Navy building and I can still do it and I can make payments. And those is going to be the use case where people will feel confident. यार आर्मी में अंदर कैंप में यूज कर सकते हैं तो बाहर क्यों नहीं, right? So that's how we are going to spread the security awareness. Any other question, please?
Adding to the same point, what is your defensibility against deepfakes?
So here, when you get a callback, first of all, there's no app. So where is the deepfake?
I have 20 minutes of audio for some person. I can easily generate a deepfake. There are models available for that.
No. That's what. Our voice biometric actually works very so secured that right now even he was not able to get in. That was the wrong thing.
Making sure that there is no fraudulent transactions happening.
So, voice biometric is again as an additional part. It is only for up to 200 rupee transaction, but still there's a backup with the UPI pin. And again, so voice biometric, if it comes in picture, if RBI allows us after UPI Lite also on the UPI 123 Pay, then actually it's going to be, even the recording voice does not work. We have tested it. Even in the crowded environment, if you speak, "Mere Bharat Desh mein meri awaaz, meri pehchan hai," it goes through, right? Also, if you do mimicry, then also it will not go through. Say, Amitabh Bachchan ki awaaz aap le leti ho, bologe, nahi hoga. And we have even tested that. And also, not only that, actually, if you have cough and cold, right, you should be you. How it works is there's a epiglottis gland in our thorax. And they are like small organs who are actually doing all that magic. That the original ultrasonic voice kind of a thing generates actually. And that is called voice pitch. And we take that pitch. So, voice comes out in the function of your size of your throat, your size of your mouth, nostrils and all that, and placement of your teeth. But the pitch is original, comes from the throat. So pitch is the original signature like your fingerprint. That makes it very secure. Yeah.
Also, when you compare this with Google Pay, I can see my transaction history. What gives me the reliability, the sense of security here when I'm not able to see my past transactions or whether my transaction was successful or failed?
So so when you get a callback, and when you finish your transaction, it says आपके भुगतान की पूर्ति हुई. There's like a special tone like Google Pay. You get that tone, right? That gives you confidence that that payment has gone through. And then you have a P2P number, the India-wide number 8282008282 for this Bank of India. So when you call on that, actually the first option is know your last 5 transactions. Once you click on that, actually you get a list of transactions by SMS also, and also there's a link there. You can click on that link and actually check the SMS. At the same time, you can hear it if you want to hear it.
And also, after completing the transaction, both the receiver and the sender will be notified with the SMS.
Merchant also has a merchant app, and merchant has a sound box also. So merchant को भी मालूम पड़ जाता है कि payment आ गया. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Give it up for Mr. Thakkar and gentlemen here. Well, thank you, investors, and sorry to cut you short on time, but we actually are running very, very late on the schedule. So with this, we wrap the pitch battle here at at GFF, and I request, in case if we have any more queries to be addressed, can happen one-on-one outside the hall, as we already have our next speakers of the segment already with us. So without any further ado, we would like to continue the same. And now, it's an interesting workshop that, in case if you would like to participate, I request you to take your seat on biller onboarding and automated testing, that is BOAT. And we have with us Subradeep B, Mr. Subradeep B, in charge product development, NPCI Bharat Bill Pay Limited. Ms. Amrita Nair, Senior Associate Product Research, NPCI Bharat Bill Pay Limited, and Mr. Mahesh Govind with us, founder, DigiLedge. So may we please request our speakers to step up on stage, and may I please request our audience to kindly and quickly settle down so that we can immediately begin with this workshop. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to each and every one of you to this spectacular workshop, Biller Onboarding and Automated Testing. I think this calls in for a huge round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. We already had a glimpse of it at the launch, and I'm sure we're all excited to know more about it. Yes? Fantastic. So let's look at the AV first.
Welcome to the launch of an innovative and intelligent solution to simplify and speed up the onboarding of billers on Bharat Bill Payment System. Bharat Bill Payment System, that is BBPS, at the time of its inception, started with fewer bill categories and limited number of billers. Thus, the onboarding of billers onto BBPS was initially designed as an offline manual process, keeping control with NBBL team, but later making it time-consuming. With growing demand of consumers to make bill payments online, and more biller categories getting added onto BBPS, a large number of billers require to be registered for smooth and interoperable bill payments. Presenting the all-new Biller Onboarding and Automated Testing Platform. A solution to onboard and certify billers by various banking and fintech partners as biller operating units. And all online process. Making onboarding fast, easy and automated with minimal intervention from the NBBL team. Now, the biller operating units can simply onboard a new biller through both portal or both APIs. The platform will validate the biller details and the robo framework. Based on the biller configurations, will define the test cases automatically and enable the biller operating units to test on their own. And it's done. The biller will be live to the ecosystem. The portal provides numerous benefits to billers and biller operating units to make it efficient with an automated process and saves a lot of time. Biller onboarding and automated testing platform, making it easier and faster for billers to be part of Bharat Bill Pay.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible initiative. Come on, a huge round of applause for biller onboarding and automated testing. And to Bharat Bill Pay for bringing it to us. And to give us more details, I would like to invite on stage none other than Mr. Subradeep Bhattacharya, in charge product, NPCI Bharat Bill Pay Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a huge round of applause. Over to you.
Thank you, Shreya. So I think we have entities who are responsible for onboarding billers onto Bharat Bill Pay currently, and I hope they understand that onboarding a biller right now is complicated, and to automate it is not as simple as it's looking in the video. And now this workshop will go like you have seen the video. You now understand the glimpse of it. But today we intend to show it how actually it happened, step by step, the process, the workflows, and everything. And we can make it interactive. You can ask us questions. We can clarify all your things and everything.
Hello? Yeah. So if the biller does not have a real-time system for pushing your bills of all the consumers, and if they want to give you in an Excel sheet, will that be possible or?
Okay, so I think the question came very early. I didn't expect the question come so early. But I think, like if you wait for a while, maybe you can just grab a chair. I think, let us show you the process. I think it will automatically answer all your questions. Yeah?
need to go for another session. That's why.
Oh, you have to go to another session? Maybe I can give you my card. We can catch up offline. Okay. Coming back, so uh, so this is what the problems. Okay. So giving a background, like when we started Bharat Bill Pay, people who are associated with it for a very long time, they know that initially there was 5 categories that we started with, very limited billers. So the process that was put for that time was, details coming over email, things getting inserted manually into our system, the checks and balances are doing manually. But over the time, RBI allowed more categories. We went into categories such as education and housing societies and all that, which now we envisage thousands of billers coming into it. And so, of course, this process will make it it's highly time consuming, lots of coordination, effort, incentive, and all that thing. So, of course, the need of the hour is to automate this whole thing. Like we should not be there in between. We should not be there blocking you to onboard any biller. So you want to scale up as fast as you want, and our system, our platform should be able to support you. So that's what the agenda over here is. So yeah, I think we discussed all this. It has to be fast, easy, and automated. I'm just skipping all this slide because I want to keep more time in actually demonstrating this whole platform. So one thing over here is that, while onboarding, we can onboard through a portal. So we have built a portal where you can go and onboard. But if you want to automate it further at your side as well, and you have some existing platform where you're managing your billers, you can use our API as well to manage the things. Least intervention from CU. So I think today, at every step, we are standing there monitoring and checking, coordinating and all that. So we want that to be, we should not be very prominently present in the steps. Then notifications, there should not be, we want notification to be automated. It should be an automated emailers going on. It should be an API callbacks, everything automated so that you get a status. You don't need to call us, email us back to know the status of anything. So that's the third point. And of course, not only the onboarding, this platform also gives you the empower to modify the biller details. It can give you about activate, deactivate. Of course, for now, there is a step of approval for now, but later we can also see that how that can also be automated. And even the MDM that we release, which we are automating that further. So calculating the biller details to the further ecosystem can also make faster and automated. So the approach is simple. So we have a portal and API where the BOUs can access. Then they can use the portal API to directly onboard the biller. The platform will do all the validation. So the validation that we have currently, that is manually done, the platform will now have the intelligence to do it on their own. And for now, there is one check where the CU, we will have an approval, but we are expecting to be very fast because everything else has been already checked. So we approve it, and then the biller will be queued for testing. Now for testing, again, there was a dependency that, the BU is giving us those test data, we are initiating those transactions and all that. So now this platform will have a simulator which will give you the test cases. You upload the test data on your own and you can invoke the simulator and it will give you the results. And once the testing is successful, we approve and make it live. So this is a very high level approach. Now we will quickly go into a product demo and I'll ask Cyril to come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Subradeep Bhattacharya? Thank you so much for giving us in-depth insights of both. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as he mentioned, we're going to go through a demo, a step-by-step process. And to do the same, may I invite on stage Ms. Amrita Nair, Senior Associate Product Research, NPCI Bharat Bill Pay Limited. Thank you so much, Amrita. Joining Amrita, I would like to invite Mahesh Govind, founder, DigiLedge. All right. Okay, so we'll first have Amrita. Go ahead. Over to you.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Hello everyone. I hope I'm audible enough. So let's have a look at the demo. So as you can see, this is the portal.
Show reading options whenever you know. We can a mirror display.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. So let's have a look at the portal. So this is the dashboard which shows the total number of billers onboarded, total number of billers approved, pending billers, rejected billers, and you can see that this is represented graphically as well. So I'll quickly show how our onboarding form looks like. So these are the basic details that need to be filled. We can also upload consent form and logo here. So this is the address tab which can be filled, the biller parameters. So as you can see that most of the fields are pre-filled for enhanced user experience, and these fields are absolutely editable. Let's go to additional payment info. So this is also auto-filled here. And we have options to delete and add new payment modes, payments channel, etc. So I have already pre-filled a form so that we don't run out of time. So I'm entering KIFS Housing Finance Limited as the biller name, biller alias name, biller legal name and all. So you can see that. So once the PAN number, I've given the wrong input for the PAN number, it has given me validation. It has given me an error message. So this is because all the fields, most of the fields are configured with validations here. So I'll just give the right one. So now it's gone. I can save and proceed. So now let's upload the logo. And the consent letter. So this is the address tab, and once I enter this PIN code, you can see that the state and city and the country is also auto-filled. Let's proceed. And this is the biller parameters tab. Biller parameters are those which says whether the biller accepts ad hoc and whether the biller is online, offline, etc. And I've filled in all the mandatory fields and I'm proceeding. So this is our payment info tab where the payment modes are those payment modes which are accepted by the biller. So suppose I'm deleting debit card, it's gone. I can add anything if I want. Let me add debit card itself. And you can see that the maximum limit and minimum limit are pre-filled, and this is also editable. All right, let's save and proceed. So these are the payment channels. Okay, so customer parameters tab. Customer parameters are those parameters which can be, which the customer needs to enter in order to fetch the bill. So let me show this to you. Application number I've already pre-filled. Parameter visibility yes. Minimum length 1, maximum length 10. And parameter rejects I've given as alphabets. So you can see that we have number, alphanumeric, alphabets with special character, email ID, phone number, etc. So let me select email ID. And you can see that rejects pattern is auto-filled here, depending upon our selection. So let me select number only. Let's see. Same for additional info and additional info payment as well. We can fill all these details and the rejects pattern will be auto-filled. So now comes the biller response parameters. Biller response parameters are those parameters which are to be displayed in the bill. So suppose it can be charges. Before that, I'll show you that amount breakup set. So the base bill amount for whichever category it is, base bill amount is prefixed because it is mandatory. And this, let me add other response parameters as well. For example, late fee. So I'm giving parameter as a mandatory field, sorry, as an optional field. Parameter visibility should be yes, minimum length 1. Sorry about that. Okay, and maximum length 10. Parameter rejects as number. And let me add one more response parameter. Let's say charges. Let's save and proceed. So here comes the amount breakup set, and we can add we can create amount breakup set in any combination. So suppose here I'm creating base bill amount and late fee as a breakup set, and I'm adding it. So this is breakup set 1, and the second breakup set will be charges and base bill amount. And these are the two amount breakup sets that I have created. So let's proceed. And now let's review the details and submit the biller for approval. So this biller is submitted for approval. Alternately, we can also create a biller through APIs. I'll show you that. So this is our create biller API. Here, suppose I'm just entering Tata Power as the biller. Okay, and I'm sending. So you can see that the details are inserted successfully. Now let's see whether both these billers are reflecting in our NPCI interface. So this is our NBBL users interface. So the NBBL user goes to pending biller, and we can see both Tata Power and KIPS both are created. Now NBBL user can So you can see that Tata is approved. So NBBL user can view all the details. Okay, let's approve gifts. So NBBL user can view the details and approve the biller or reject the biller. There are two options. Now the biller is successfully approved. It has come to NPCI's interface. Now let's go to the bank users interface and check whether it's reflecting. Yes, KIFS is reflecting here, it's approved. Now, once this is approved, this can go for testing. So KIFS has already been, the testing, all the test cases are automatically configured by the portal, and let's run the test. So this testing is very quick and simple. I can just download the Excel, which shows all these details and which asks for application number, which is the sample test data that needs to be provided. So I'll just enter the sample test data here. Okay. And then let me upload this. So I've downloaded, I've entered the sample test data, and I'm uploading the same file. Now let's see. I think the file is already uploaded, right?
The file reflects with us. You saved it, right?
Okay. I've already uploaded this. Maybe there's some network issue.
Okay. Where is the file?
It must have come to downloads or something. Can you save it as CSV?
This is the one?
Yeah. I'll run the test, right? Yeah, I'll just try that. I think there's some network issue. It's not showing here.
I think this file is not saved properly. But it's okay. I think
I already have the file. That's CSV. Okay, let me just try again. I'll download the test data again. Export. Okay. Yeah. So now you can see, sorry about that. So now you can see that the application number is showing here, which I have entered. And now the test is already in progress. Let's wait for some time.
Hello. So actually it's supposed to show the test result over, but maybe there's some network drop somewhere is actually hitting the sandbox environment of BBS and then going further to view and all this. So, but here the test results will be shown. I think we can proceed for the next steps.
I'll just show the test results here in the video. Yeah. So we'll see the biller testing. So this is how it's going to show.
So we had already also recorded this whole flow because we are not sure our network will work or not.
The file is uploaded and the test data is shown there. Now let's run the test data. As you can see, the test results are shown here.
Okay.
So that's about testing, and I welcome Mahesh to join to explain the test framework.
Just a one-line introduction before Mahesh showed us how this testing framework is designed. So Mahesh and his team actually is behind developing this application for us. So Mahesh is the founder of Digilis. Here's a round of applause for him.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I'll give 2 minutes overview of this. So here what we are doing is we are exploiting the that properties of MDM. You might be knowing master data management. So in MDM, as you know, like a biller is abstracted based on 2 sets of parameters. One set of parameters defines the biller, like the biller is online, offline and all. And the other set of parameters are used by the biller to identify a specific customer, like the customer parameters. So what we do here is for doing this type of testing, like you might have seen that Amrita has downloaded the Excel sheet. That Excel sheet is dynamically generated for a specific biller because every biller have different types of customer parameters and data, and it will give you some guidance like what type of data you need to upload back. Once data is uploaded back in the backend for the testing part, there is a robot framework is there. That's a BDD framework, behavior-driven framework. So actually, maybe the test cases are written in simple English. I'll just try to video. Okay. Where is yeah. So you can see this is actually something some of you might be knowing. This keyword-based testing, like say we write the test cases defined in plain English keywords, so it could be easily adapted or automated, like apart from the other front end and other things. And to arrive this, like we use Python. So basically, each of these keywords are defined in something called a resource file. Like say, for example, here you saw getting biller ID and test run ID with test case ID. So there is some basic Python coding is there. Then what it means is the robot framework will understand that line number 13 as a English keyword, and then you can use that keyword to construct test cases. So pretty much I think NPC can adapt these test cases for any scenarios and put it in the server. So like, you can quickly adapt for new APIs and all those things. So this is a kind of a brief overview about the backend test framework. Once testing is done, then the report is automatically uploaded, and then the biller will be qualified for production. This is overview. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahesh. Thank you so much, but we do have more for you. As Shubhradeep has already mentioned, we have kept provisions to modify the biller, deactivate and activate the biller. So depending upon your request, NBBL user can, I'll first show you the modification. So Suppose as a bank user, I want to modify some fields. So I'll go to this approved biller list and I'll select Tata Power. So after going to history details, maybe I'll edit the biller details. Suppose I'm editing the PAN number. Suppose I want to delete one payment mode, say account transfer. And I'll remove one breakup set. So the bank user can now submit the biller after sending the modification details. And this can be done, this biller is now approved by NPCI user.
So just to one add to what Amrita is demonstrating. Now, when our BO is modifying a biller, there can be multiple types of modification. One that you can change, say, the customer parameters. You might changing the biller name. You might want to change the communication address, contact number. So now the system has that understanding that for what type of change, whether there is an approval needed or not, for any type of change, whether testing is needed or not. So it will have those kind of, suppose you are changing the communication address and nothing is needed. You will just simply go and update it. But if you're doing custom parameter, then it will both approval as well as testing will be needed again. So this system will have that kind of, it has that kind of validation. We'll come to Q&A.
Okay, so now we can check whether this change is reflecting here. Okay, and there is a JSON comparison which shows the change request, so that the NBBL user can distinguish between the change and the original value and approve the changes. Okay, now the biller is approved. Now we have another provision to activate or deactivate a biller. So I'm deactivating this plus ultra biller. Deactivated, and this will come as an inactive biller, and an NBBL user can also reactivate this biller. So yes, that's all about our biller onboarding and automated testing portal demo. Now we are open for questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for her? Thank you so much. I think we have a much more better idea and clarity now as to how to go about doing it live, step-by-step process. We now open the floor for questions. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. I know this gentleman out here.
It's more related to technical side. So,
Sorry to interrupt before you ask. I think I'd also like to invite Braj, who is, I think you all know Braj, who have been into biller onboarding. So he looks after the biller onboarding into a platform right now. So I will also like to invite him so that. Yeah, please. Sorry, I interrupted you.
So Supradeep, here it was also given that organization address and the customer parameter. Let's say if a biller wants to change the security authentication process, like some billers might have like token API type of thing, or some biller might to have a public certification type of thing. So that kind of input was not required here. So how will you have that?
So are you talking about the biller side integration?
Right.
So basically we are onboarding a biller after you have already onboarded it.
Okay, but understand. But वो तो objective पूरा नहीं हो रहा है ना? Like the objective was to reduce the overall tag. So you are telling we have to onboard it separately, have all the thing.
The biller integration has other parameters and other side of the API that you are integrating. Each and every biller has a different set of APIs.
Correct.
So that has to be handled by the BOU as of now.
Okay.
Once the onboarding is done on the BOU side, you can onboard it on to the boat application.
Okay. So this is just removing the biller configuration file.
So the dependency on the BPMU team or the NPCI team, that we are reducing it, actually removing it. and we are just keeping a approval part for now. We are further on discussion to remove that part as well. Once the automated testing is has some type of library built inside.
Okay, so once we onboard it here, so for the UAT testing cases, like the whole process will be that the biller ID, jo earlier you used to say, it has to get mapped at the biller end also. So here, how will you running the test cases without informing
Basic
the biller
default
ID?
test cases we have already configured. So let's say there are some special test cases that has to be run. We will configure that according to the requirement of the BOU.
And the biller ID, like the biller ID that used to get.
So once you will put down the details on the system, system is automatically generating the biller ID.
And
That will be mapped to the sandbox and UAT system directly.
I can show you that.
And it will be available for the testing on the next moment itself.
But that biller ID needs to get mapped at biller end also, na?
So biller end or BOU end?
BOU end. So
once you have submitted the details and NPCI team has approved it, you will get the biller ID on your portal itself. You can directly take the configuration and map it.
Okay.
So even if you're using the API responds as the biller ID. So step one is that, for step one is where you are first integrating the biller with your platform. So I'm not sure how automated you are planning to make it. But once that part is done, then from your platform, either you can use API to push the details to our system, will give the biller ID, or you can use the portal to manually enter the details and get the biller ID.
Okay, thanks. And the payment mode, like here, you have shown that there is option to enter the minimum maximum amount. So is there any validation based on the RBI regulation, like UPI ka only 1 lakh?
We already discussed in the morning. So the validation on the payment mode is actually kept on the payment gateway side.
Okay.
So we are just giving a limit to the BOU if they want to keep it. For example, let's say in cash, you must know that in BACS there is a limit of 5,000.
Right.
So that amount, if you want to put, you can put it there. Else, it is already on the regulatory side on the payment gateway platform.
So here, let's say, by mistake, if someone is, because it's a manual entry, for UPI, if let's say someone doesn't enter like 1 lakh rupees as a maximum amount, put some different amount. So will that be handled at your end, or will it might cause?
So that will get handled on UPI end, because that UPI switch will not allow you, right?
So once the transaction is successful on the payment side, on the payment gateway side, amount is deducted from the consumer's account, then the request is getting transferred. So that validation is actually on the payment gateway side.
But are there basic validations inserted? Like minimum amount should not be more than the maximum amount?
Those
are there.
So we couldn't demonstrate every validation, sir, but all the validations are there. Yeah.
Those are all taken care of.
Any further questions from? Yeah, please.
So there are certain billers in the broadband category who would wish to push their plans and benefits, okay, which can be displayed on the COU front ends. So is there any functionality through which this portal it can be managed? Can we upload the plans of any particular biller or something like that?
The plan MDM part, it's so while onboarding a biller, so there's a plan MDM API which gives you the response. So now you want to manage those plans from the
right. So if any biller doesn't have any APIs, they manually send us all the plans and the benefits. So is it possible to do it manually through the portal if there is no such API available?
Yes, we have an additional tab which will automatically show up once you select the particular
Can you
option.
show that if you don't mind?
Biller onboarding.
This one?
Plan MDM when customer biller params में ad hoc इसका ज़रूरत आएगा ना Adobe fetch requirement mandatory
अब उसमें जाओ इसको सेव करो
customer might say कि tuition fee, sports fee, library, there should be a drop down with 3 options or let's say more. So earlier we used to send you guys like manually that API details. इसमें how will you handle it?
So there is no difference on the drop-down menu that you are using on the previous part as well. So there is a display values, default values part. In the default values, you have to put down the drop-down list as a comma separated values without space.
Okay. And it will be like applicable mandatory for all you used to show this?
Yes.
Hi, Braj.
Yes, sir.
Does the biller deactivation happen immediately or after the approval?
After the approval, as of now.
For example, in case of Canvas, the IP whitelisting and the natting will be required at the NPCI end. And as far as this portal concerned, we do have multiple TSPs. So who can access this portal? Only OUs or the TSP?
So it's a primary access being given to OUs. Now it's the OU's responsibility if they want to pass on that credentials to a TSP or whatever.
But will multiple logins be given or
We have
multiple logins be
multiple
given?
and so we will have an admin user also who can create more user, can define the roles and the permissions and everything.
But can they access directly portal with the help of link or any natting or whitelisting will be required at the NPCI end?
It will be on NPCI net for now.
Okay. And can we get to know on the how the bulk API will support for the onboarding? And in bulk API, how can we handle the scenario wherein the consent form and the other prerequisites we wanted to onboard? How can be taken care here?
Okay, so here you have to like give a consent letter for
Yes.
every pillar.
Correct.
Okay, so if it's in bulk, then maybe you can use the API path to onboard a biller, where automatic you can have some iterating.
Pagination we can do.
Correct. Like so you can iterate and you can upload. So upload is also over API. So therefore, suppose you have 1,000 billers, you can use the API to attach the file, create the bill, attach the file. So like that way you can create the bulk biller.
But in case of you will require the consent form now for that 1,000 biller. So how can we upload that thing? We will have to upload one by one.
Yeah.
In that scenario.
Yes.
By
Yes.
that
You have to
biller.
onboard for everyone. You have to say something? Okay.
Consent forms for bulk biller, we already have the facility where we take only one consent form if there are multiple billers. In case there are 10, 12, 15 billers, we take only one consent form and we ask to list, the format of the consent form for bulk biller onboarding is different than our usual consent form for a single biller.
That's the aggregator consent.
Exactly, right. So that would any which ways get solved. Then a single.
No. It's deactivated for the whole ecosystem, but the deactivation is allowed by the OU who has onboarded that biller, and that will also come for our approval for now. So once we approve, then it will be deactivated.
In that case, we will be rejecting the deactivation and we will remap the secondary OU as a primary OU. That's a basic validation check we are doing right now as well. So we will be keeping that as well. Then, so as of now, the biller is onboarded once, and whenever the secondary OU tries to onboard it, we are just giving it a traffic percentage. We'll just remove that traffic percentage.
So biller MDM refresh is on a daily basis or how it is?
Sorry.
So the question is the biller MDM refresh which is there. So if I deactivate a biller today, right? So it will be deactivated from BBPS ecosystem, and like MDM refresh takes time. So if I'm a customer, I'm using PhonePe or any platform and wanted to make a payment, it will not go through, right? In case it's only one primary OU which is there. So in that case, biller MDM refresh will it's on a real-time basis, or it will take some time to get it refreshed.
So biller gets deactivated. Will get deactivated instantly in our platform. Now that MDM that we circulate to the whole ecosystem, that's a weekly process right now. But that also we are automating over that. And now what will be the frequency of that? And also we have MDM API. So it's as real time as this. Or you suppose the bank's platform or those fintech apps, they have those MDM API, so they can invoke the API and they will instantly get those the status of that biller.
So basically, once the biller is deactivated, it is reflected in the database. Once you start pulling the data from the MDM API, you will get the details.
Your plan MDM part, we will just show you off the stage.
I had one question.
Yeah.
This is a basic task of NPCI, which earlier NPCI used to do, correct?
Correct.
And now you have been doing it.
Correct.
So why this automation, how this will help? I mean, how this will help BOU? This is eventually work of NPCI, which you should actually do it. Now you're smartly developing it, automating it, putting it to BOU. So let BOU handle it.
Nice question. Okay.
Yeah, it is. Actually, you're doing that.
No, so anyway, you're also doing, because suppose if you're the BOU, you're anyway entering details somewhere and giving it to us. Now, so that part, I'm saying instead of doing that in an Excel sheet, do it here. Now you have to wait for us. You have to wait for us. Sorry, come in.
That is something which is, I mean, it is your task. You should do it. We have made those details and you should do it. Correct.
Correct. So we are doing it.
No,
now we have a system doing it. So, but we are doing
but
it.
we need additional manpower to do that. Correct.
We use the APIs. That's why we have the.
No, that is something which is every. See, earlier I think you have came up with the agent data configuration, correct? Which is recently made automated, and we have resources for that. We have hired resources to do that.
Okay.
A team has been doing it, and you are just approving it at your end. Earlier, we used to send that data. You should configure it, and you should give it back to us.
Okay.
So we are not doing it. We are basically taking that data and passing it to you, being an aggregator. Similar to we are already there in a market as a payment aggregator, correct? So we earlier used to do that. Right now, what we are doing, we are taking that data. We are doing that thing which NPCI used to do. We are putting it on your product. You are just approving it.
Okay.
It's your product, right? You should take care of it.
No, so we are still taking care of it. So don't worry about that. But see, now there's, I could announce two part of it. Okay. So one is that, for whatever we are giving you a portal, we give the API as well. And we expect our partners to gradually start consuming those APIs. Then you, okay. So, and then if you just try to understand that, so if you consume the APIs, then you can pass, then your own portal where biller can onboard themselves, where we can keep your manual part of doing things. See, if you keep things manual at your end, then there has to be a step where you're manually entering things. So what you have to do, you have to consume the APIs, pass on that responsibility back to the biller. That, okay, you want to get onboarded on this portal, you put the validation, similar validations, and then pass on details to us. Step one. Step two is that in future, once we have more comfort on this automation part, we can open it up for the billers also to onboard themselves via some BOU. So that's the gradual progression that we are taking towards to.
I don't know. I still feel like this is semi-automated from your side, and you're just putting your.
So rest of the work I am expecting we to fully automate.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the lieu of time constraint, we'll have to.
Okay. So I think we can take one last.
All right. So if there are two OUs and a change request had been sent by one OU, so how that scenario will be handled?
Sorry, can you please repeat?
So if a biller has two OUs,
okay,
and there is a change request sent by one OU,
okay,
so how that scenario will be handled?
So,
So once a primary OU, let's say, inputs the change details to the system, it will be notified to secondary OU as well, and internal NPCI team as well, that there has been a change request from the other OU who is trying to change these parameters. If he is as well as NPCI are in same page that yes, we can go ahead with this change, then we will do the change and that will be available for the testing for both the OUs.
So the consent has to be received from the other OU as well?
Yes, correct.
So is that part of this workflow?
No, change is not going to come. No. So the change depends on change. As I mentioned, it has to be based on it can go on approval, testing, and all that.
But if in case there is one biller which is going to be onboarded by one OU, for example, can the same biller be onboarded by another OU? If in case there are,
Yeah, that's a attachment of another BOU. Yeah, so we have the provision.
you have that facility.
Yeah. We have that.
One biller can be onboarded by two.
Two OUs. Yeah.
So.
So any OU can do actually.
will reject the
No, so the
changes.
change will not be made live.
See, so once we have the confirmation from the biller, so as of now, biller is not a part of boat application. So that's a manual process till now. So we will be continuing that process as of now until biller is onboarded with the biller dashboard, boat application parallelly. Then we can take care of that part as well. Initially will reject it. After discussion we can further decide whether to remove the second OU or the offline. Yes.
So, but whether NPCI will be involved in this discussion between the two OUs or how it will be? Because
we will be. Yeah.
Okay. So, because the biller is agnostic, like he said, you take care of it, like you handle
See,
it.
the purpose here that we it's not that we are going to go away anywhere. Like, so we are there very much. Only we want to reduce our dependencies for you to do anything, and maybe it's a step one, but there are many more steps to do, because as we all understand, it's a complicated integrations that we have with biller, BOU, and CU and COU and all that. So I think we all will evolve together, where we can have more complete end-to-end automation of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the team is here with us. They are there. So if in case we have any more questions or clarifications, we can take it on a one-on-one. Let's give it a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the team. Thank you so much. A very big thank you to Bharat Bill Pay for bringing this to us. Please note our next session, our workshop on B2B payments will start in a couple of minutes, in fact, in the next 2 to 3 minutes. So kindly be seated, requesting you all be seated in the next 2 to 3 minutes. We will have the B2B payments workshop. Thank you.
Thank you.
give you this. Okay, are we ready? A warm welcome to each and every one of you to the workshop on B2B payments. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ourselves a little energized. I want to hear a huge round of applause. It should look like we are at least 100 people seated out here. Thank you so much. We already were excited about this initiative at the product launch. Ladies and gentlemen, and to give us more insight, I would like to invite none other than Mr. Subradhi Bhattacharya, in charge product, NPCI Bharat Bill Pay Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, please? And none other than Mr. Manal Giri, Senior Associate, Strategy and Alliances, NPCI Bharat Bill Pay Limited. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I can't hear the claps. What happened to the energy level? Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you, Shalin.
Thank you. Welcome everyone for our next session on the B2B payments workshop. So, yeah, I think we all have some background of it. When we launched it, we all see, we know what is all about. So long, we have been into consumer payments, primarily targeting the B2C market, consumers paying for bills to the billers and all that. But eventually we started realizing that, there is a big market of B2B payments as well, like retailers paying to distributors, and then, like one business to another business and all that. And that's very segregated, non-standardized, mainly cash driven and all that. So then, from there on, like, we started doing some research of how, we can gradually start standardizing that flow, digitizing that flow as well. And over effort of around a year, like, we have come up to a stage where we are going now live with this B2B payments. So before doing that, I think this workshop will help all of us to understand the nitty-gritties of the APIs, the flows, the markets, and I think eventually, you will have lots of questions also you guys must be having. And so on that context, I would like to start today's session. Over to you, Manal.
So, great. Thank you, Shubhradeep. So, in B2B payments, so before we deep dive into this session, let's first try to understand the B2B sector as a whole, right? I mean, we need to have an idea that what is this B2B sector? What happens in actually, who are the people out there who interact? What actually happens there? So, to understand this B2B structure, let's first understand who are the leading actors, who are those people who actually come in place and interact with each other. So when we actually started researching about it, we understand that along with all the other actors, there are three major actors. One, of course, the manufacturers, the OEMs, who themselves manufacture the products. The second lead actor is a distributor, and then he finally supplies the goods to the retailer. These are the three main actors, along with many actors, other like a dealer or a sub-dealer. These are the three major actors. Now, going forward, how the usual supply chain of India, or even outside India, it works in a way that manufacturer supplies goods to a distributor, distributor further supplies it to a retailer. And in the similar reverse manner, the flow of payments happen. So this is just a complete pretext to start the workshop as to who are the leading actors, how does the flow of goods happen, and how does the flow of payments happen. So now, further going into challenges, I think Shubhradeep will now explain the challenges.
So, as I give a little background that, when this flow of payment is happening from retailer to distributor to the manufacturer, so that currently is primarily cash driven. And with this cash, all the cash handling inefficiencies and costs comes in. Like the guy, who has gone there to collect the cash, he might run away with the cash, he might misplace that cash. And on top of that, there's a high cost of depositing the cash as well in the bank. So there's a lot of inefficiencies which are there in handling the cash. And it's a very, very big pain point for the distributors or for the entity who is collecting the cash. Second is accounting complexity. So again, it's again a challenge for the entity who is collecting the payments. For him, like for multiple sources, the money is getting collected. Someone giving cash, someone is doing NEFT, someone might use some other payment method, and now the accounting person has to collate, and there is no standardized way. Like, okay, which retailer has done this NEFT? That might not be very easily understandable. Then then you will have all the call, all the messages, this is the transaction ID, and all this thing has to happen. So that's the accounting complexity is currently there. Then the reconciliation failure. Of course, when there is a lot of complexities, then reconciliation failure, there will be mismatch on the balance sheet that we can see. And then the lack of digitization. So as I say, like, this whole process is not a very streamlined process. It's not that, there is a very standardized platform where this distributor retailers can use to do this transaction.
So after the major challenges which was listed by Shubhradeep, how is Bharat Bill Pay trying to cater these challenges or try to kill these challenges? The very first thing that comes into our mind is multiple invoice fetch and payment. This is a facility where we are actually, in a sense, empowering the distributor, or let's call it a seller, any seller. Let's not bucket him into a distributor or a retailer or a manufacturer. Any seller is actually issuing multiple invoices at the same time to his buyer. So that's a facility which we are actually coming in, and at the same time the retailer is also having the flexibility to select whichever invoices he wants to make a payment to. He selects them and makes a payment. Can we have the next one? Providing instant confirmation. So in today's world, in the B2B scenario, a lot of payment majorly happens on goodwill. कि यार मैंने आज पैसे भर दिए, distributor को वो पैसा मिल गया होगा, मुझे कल माल आ जाएगा. Yes, it's a good thing. Businesses have been running on this good faith till now. But when in this world of technology, why don't we have this assurance? And Bharat Bill Pay comes with this assurance of providing instant confirmation after the payment. Uniform user experience, another thing which BBPS gets in. You go on any of the BBPS empowered front-end channel, though the UI UX might differ, of course, but the transaction flow, the experience of the journey, from the start till the final confirmation receipt, the flow remains the same, the experience remains the same. So one of the other benefits which BBPS gets in. Further grievance mechanism, today we have already a central complaint dispute management system, which actually takes care of all the complaints that comes to us from the customers. Next, the brand promise. With our Be Assured logo, we carry our own brand promise and trust to the customers. So overall, Bharat Bill Pay is trying to kill those challenges which are currently existing in the B2B scenario. Let me take you all through the customer journey. I think this is one part where usually many questions come, क्या retailer करेगा क्या? हम बोल रहे हैं multiple invoice, ठीक है. I just want to take you through the entire journey as to from the step 1 to step 2, what does the retailer has to actually do. First screen, a normal screen. You open up any Google Pay, Phone Pay app, any app. You see the list of categories once you enter the bill payment section. There is electricity, water, gas, DTH. Along with that, there will be a B2B category. A direct name, B2B, that will simplify it for the customer. A B2B category will be displayed. The buyer selects the B2B category and goes to the next page where he selects the subcategory. We understand, right? I mean, B2B is a whole huge market. It can't be clubbed into one category and we can't ask the buyer to select the supplier just after selecting the category. We had to channelize it. We further channelized it to the subcategories. It could be pharma, FMCG, agro. There could be many, depending upon the buckets of the billers we have. Next step we have is
After the subcategory, then he selects the supplier to whom he wants to, it could be any, let's call it a seller again. He selects the seller that he wants to pay to. After he selects the seller, there's the customer parameter page. Again, these parameters are something which we are keeping flexible to the distributor, whatever parameters he wants his customers to actually, so today we had a question in the launch that there could be security issues. So we are completely keeping it open to the distributor, whichever parameters are satisfactory for him to validate his customers. It could be a mobile number or it could be an additional parameter if he wants to have it. So if there are any issues, he can have those additional parameters. That's what we have kept it. Mobile number, there could be a buyer code, there could be any other parameters. Once the seller has been validated, then he further goes to the main screen, which is a new facility and a future feature that we have been seeing continuously is a multiple invoicing feature. So you see here, right? There are 4 invoices that are presented to the seller as of now. So he has the facility of selecting all the 4, only one, or whatever he wants to pay. He selects those invoices and the total of those selected invoices is what he gets to pay. Selects the invoices, goes to the next screen, selects the bank account number, completes the payment, and then gets the final confirmation. This is the start to end customer journey for the B2B.
Now coming to the transaction flow, I think like this is the first question that always comes to the business in mind that, okay, all said and done. Now tell me, what is the additional development that I need to do? That's a cost and a time. And that's a very, very important question for all of us. And the best part is that now we have the same architecture. We have the same COU, BOU, buyer, seller. Now it's a customer and biller. You can have the same architecture over here. And we have the same fetch request API and the same fetch payment API. The only changes that has been done over here is the multiple invoicing part. Now in the fetch API, we earlier used to have a response block where it used to carry all the pending bill amount, the due date and everything. Now the same block can have multiple records. So that's the change in the fetch API, existing fetch API. And similarly in the payment API, when the payment is being posted from the buyer to the seller, this API will forward those invoice details to the seller platform via the BOU. So same API with some minor tweaks is actually serving a very huge market. Moving on. Sorry.
So what are the benefits actually a seller would have in this B2B category as such? Right? There has to be some benefits if there are challenges. Otherwise, the product will, of course, not take take it ahead. So one of the biggest benefit is the flexibility to issue multiple invoices. Today, he can issue as number of invoices as much as he can to his buyer. The next benefit is, of course, again, the exponential digital outreach. So that's one of the USPs which BBPS gets in. That once any biller is integrated with BBPS, he is listed across the entire BBPS system. So today, there is Google Pay, there is Phone Pay. Tomorrow, there could be any XYZ Pay. The biller doesn't have to go and integrate separately with all of these, right? It is BBPS job, BBPS is there right at the center to list him across the entire ecosystem. Guaranteed settlement cycles, the operating units today, I don't know, I mean, not many of us outside NPCI know this, but every OU puts in settlement guarantee funds. That is I mean, the motive of it is if there is any time, any loss to any entity, anything goes down, the end customers will never suffer. So according to the proportion of the throughput or according to the proportion of the volume of every OU passes to the BBPS, he has to put in a settlement guarantee fund which will give them a guarantee of settlements, and the end consumer will never suffer. So that's another one big benefit. Next, centralized complaint and dispute management system. The core purpose of this system is whenever there is a complaint, whether we actually don't know who is the owner of this complaint. There could be a fault at the COU side, there could be a fault at the biller side, there could be a fault at the BOU side. Our complaint and also NPCI side. So we take the onus of routing this complaint to its owner, and then the owner further takes it ahead to solve this complaint. The next benefit is single integration to collect payment across all platforms. What we mean by this is, as I said, he will only has to integrate with BBPS. He doesn't have to go and integrate multiple times on multiple platforms. That's again, it cuts short the operational activity at the biller's end completely. Further, with the buyer benefits.
Yeah, so far we heard about the benefits from the seller, like maybe for distributors in our example. Now let's understand the benefits from the buyer, like the retailer. Why he should accept this mode of payment or this methodology of payment. So the first is the flexibility of choosing. Okay, if I have received multiple invoices from distributor, which all invoices I want to pay when. So that kind of power is with the retailer, with the buyer. So that gives him the flexibility. Second comes the uniform experience. So I think everyone right now in India is using all the payment apps and all that on the bank apps to make the payments. They are using the BEPS platform to make the bill payments. The payment experience is exactly the same as you have already seen. So they don't need to learn anything new. So for them is the same way of like how they are doing a bill payment. So there is no zero learning for them to just make a payment to a distributor now. Next comes the instant confirmation. So as I said, if the retailer is giving a cash, the cash will get deposited. If he's giving a check, the check needs to be encashed. So if there's any FTI, the buyer needs to give a call that whether this is transaction ID, please confirm whether you received it or not. Now this is the instant confirmation he's getting on his mobile. So that's the third benefit. The convenience, of course, he can do it whenever he wants. He will receive notification on his mobile or whenever a new bill is getting generated and all that. And further is a no amount limit. So based on the payment method that he is using, there is absolutely no payment restriction on the amount restriction on the BEPS platform.
Taking it further to the go-to-market strategy. So what is it that we are going to do to approach this heavy-loaded, huge market? I mean, when we call it B2B, we expand the scope. Business to business can be anything. Business to business can be a small kirana shop paying his bills. Business to business can be a huge distributor of HUL paying it to HUL. There could be many different segments. So we actually had to consider a few parameters to decide what should be our first two to three segments who will actually give us the huge impetus. So what were those parameters? One of the biggest parameters, what are the current payment modes and channels that are used in a particular segment? If there is no digitization at all in that particular segment, it is but obvious that it is difficult to digitize that segment in the first instance. So getting those segments who are currently slightly digitized. Second important thing was a frequency. How frequently the invoice is being issued to the customer, right? I mean, that's where we call it, that is the reason why we are targeting the retailer to distributor leg, instead of going to a distributor to manufacturer leg, because that is where the value of the payment is high and the volume goes decreasing. But when you come down the table between a retailer to a distributor, the volume keeps on increasing and the value gets decreasing, which is a perfect fit for this kind of a product. So taking these various parameters, the next parameter is also what we call after the frequency is the average ticket size. We can't expect taking the UPI limits into the consideration or taking other mode limits into the consideration, though BBPS doesn't have any limit, right? But there are other modes which has limit. So we can't expect a 50 lakh payment to be done through this product. So again, average ticket size was another parameter which was very crucial to decide which sectors are we going further. So taking these 3-4 parameters, we actually came down to our first few categories which we will target. The biggest two categories out of these were FMCG and pharma. FMCG, what is the full form of FMCG, guys? We all know it, right? Fast-moving consumer goods. The name itself suggests they're fast-moving consumer goods. As fast they move, more the sale, more the supply, more the invoices that will be issued, more the payments. So that itself builds the crux of it. FMCG is one of the biggest target. Second is pharma. All the medicines that are getting supplied, they're again quite fast moving. So deciding on these factors, these are the few sectors which we are targeting first as our first step to the market. Then there are next few categories like home appliances, electricals, electronics, and then at the end there are a few others like stationaries and all those. So this is the go-to market that we are targeting, and the parameters on the basis of which we have decided this strategy. Now going to the next slide. What is the universe that we have in mind, right? I mean, yes, there could be, we say that, we'll onboard, we are keeping it open, that it could be a manufacturer, it could be a distributor, anything, but we need to have a focus. And to have that focus, we are, as I said, we'll target the distributors as a biller. Keeping this in mind, we deep down into a few sectors, as I said, are high potential sectors, and these are the number of distributors which potentially BBPS can onboard. 0.88 million distributors that are present across these 4 categories, guys. Just imagine the number of invoices that would go across, right? So these were the distributors, these are the number of retailers. Next slide I want to take you all to is the value. What is, dhanda kitna hoga bhai? Kitna paisa flow hoga? Just imagine these 4 sectors itself are putting 4.73 trillion value into this BBPS ecosystem. I mean, that's the potential that we are keeping. The next slide, this could be potentially the last slide of the presentation today. How do we come to this number of 63 million? Only on these 4, and this is a monthly number, this is a annual number, but 63 million just from 2 categories, the FMCG and pharma. How have we extrapolated it? Reaching here, yes, there are some approximations that we have considered. There are approximately 7.5 million retailers in FMCG and 1.19 million in pharma. These retailers would make payments to distributors on monthly basis. What is the average number of payment? What is it that one retailer, how many times is he paying to the distributor? On an average, 3 payments he makes it on a monthly basis in both these categories. And what are the number of distributors that he's making payment to? Are 2 and 3. When you multiply it and extrapolate it, you understand that 500 million transactions are passed only through FMCG and 130 million transactions are passed only through pharma as a sector on an annual basis. Guys, even if we take 10% of it, the 63 million is just the 10% of this. Even if we target to have the 10%, we make 63 million transactions in a year. And that's our preliminary target. I think we call it off over here for the presentation with this and Shubhradeep.
So I think the last 3 slides have woken every one of us. I think I saw that, eyes glittering and, those big numbers. Of course, it's a huge, huge market. Challenges are also equally huge because, as I said, it's non-standardized, but we have to streamline it further. And with the help of our ecosystem, with the help of all of you, I think we are very confident that we will be able to crack it. And with this, thanks everyone, and I think we can have some Q&A. Oh, yeah, we can open it for.
Before the query, I think there's a video which has to be played. Just a demo of the transaction as to how it will happen. Last demo and then. Can you play the video?
Solving complexities of B2B payments through Bharat Bill Pay. Simply log into your Bheem UPI app or any Bharat Bill Pay enabled app or website with B2B feature. Under Bill Pay section, select B2B. Select the subcategory you wish to pay money to. Select the supplier partner you wish to pay. Enter the mobile number and other details to get invoice details. Select the invoice that you wish to pay in case of multiple. Verify the amount for your invoices and pay. Get an instant confirmation or receipt with the paid and pending invoices. Wasn't that easy? Bharat Bill Pay, making invoice payments faster for your business.
Wasn't that easy?
Yeah, I think we can.
the biller, how does the system recognize that? What is the unique identifier? Is it my mobile number? Okay, how does that work?
So the first identifier is the mobile number. But if the biller or if the seller wants his buyer to be identified by some other more parameters also, we are open to it. So it could be a buyer code. There could be some a unique code given to the seller, right? Today, just for the electricity payment, we have our own customer IDs. We have our own customer numbers along with the mobile numbers. It's just the same thing which we are taking it
So
for.
customer parameter, basically to answer is all the customer parameter that we are currently having the same, we are extending it for the B2B payments as well.
It will work exactly like how it is working for the other categories like electricity and everything from the authentication perspective, right?
Correct.
Yes,
All those retailers who are already onboarded on the platform as a biller, correct, under B2B as a category, will be only available for taking a payment. That's all. Like today, what happens is we are onboarding a biller, right? That particular biller payment only will happen on BBPS platform, right? So even in case of a B2B as a category, all those distributors or retailers will have to be onboarded as a biller.
Only
Not
the
the retail,
distributors.
not
the
the
retailers.
distributors.
Only the retailers.
Or aggregator of those distributors, like those. Yes, absolutely.
Manal.
So it's again the same fetch and payment. Like suppose a distributor guy has come to me to make the payment. So I log into the app, I enter my details. It will show me what all payments are due to that distributor, and I can select. I can make the payment. So the same fetch and payment philosophy.
I have one doubt actually. When it comes to the B2B, see, most of them pay from the current accounts. See, when you talk about a distributor or supplier or whoever it may be. So which are all the apps will give the support to the net banking access? So yeah, most of them, they will not use a UPI mode because it's a P2P, P2M transactions. So how you are going to address it, and when the other apps like GPay or PhonePay, and who is going to enable it? How soon?
So Prakash, let me put this to the entire crowd that when we say B2C payments, we only think of a consumer paying to a Tata Power or Adani, right? But we never think of TCS is also paying his bills to Tata Power and Adani today through BBPS. That is happening through the current accounts. So that is already there. All those things, the entire infrastructure is already in place. We are just extending. So the current account will never be an issue.
How can a seller enrolls all the multiple invoices that they may have to a buyer?
Can you please come again on the question?
So as a buyer, I want to pay to my seller, right? As a retailer, I want to pay to my distributor. Now, that distributor enrolls the invoice in the system, right? If I have 10 invoices, do I have to manually enter one of each of it, or you have some bulk provision as well?
So see, this invoicing part is being handled by the platform aggregator who is onboarding the distributor into this BPS platform. So the invoicing part is handled by that platform. Now, when the retailer is making the payment, it is doing a fetch request to that platform which is maintaining those invoices. So how the distributor will upload that invoice in the most user-friendly way is up to that entity to do it. But retailer, when has to pay, they will use that buyer code or some identifier, will get all the pending bills and will make the payment.
So that will happen. I mean, as an OU, OU only will have to onboard the distributor as a biller, correct?
See, it can be the OU or it like OU can onboard like an aggregator or some TSP, like who is in turn is onboarding that distributors. Yeah, that.
So, but your APIs may be accepting only one invoice at a time, right? Or
No. So that's what we explained. Like now we have made a change that the fetch can return multiple invoices. The payment can also accept multiple invoices. So that has been the development that has been like that. That's been the change that has been done in the existing fetch and payment API. Could I clear your query or?
Yeah, means if I am creating a software or a mobile app for a merchant or for a distributor, and if he has say 1,000 invoices to be entered in a system, can he just use an Excel sheet or something where he can upload and all the invoices get fed in?
Okay, so now when you are building that software, so it's your responsibility to give that upload facility of Excel. So you have the database of that invoices in your platform, what BEPS is doing and going a query on your platform to get the pending bills. So you will return me all the pending bills for that buyer. Uploading of Excel is on your platform.
So the invoices never reaches BharatPe?
Invoice is reaching BharatPe when I'm fetching it. I don't maintain a database of it.
Only when the buyer is
initiating
paying.
it. Exactly.
Okay, so every time the buyer has to pay, you have to query.
Yes.
Get
So
this.
see, currently also when you are making a bill payments who say Tata Power, we are not maintaining the invoice or bill database of Tata Power. Every time you do a fetch, every time we ask Tata Power, please, give me the detail of that consumer. So that's the current architecture we have in BPS as well.
Thanks.
Subradeep, one question here.
Yeah.
So NPC has done fantastic job in terms of the B2B payment. Even within a short period of time, you have introduced the APIs as well. So that is a very wonderful thing. So only the worry area for us, and that as you are aware, at the CVO sides, there are only 3 to 4 players. I don't want to take name here. They are contributing the major business. But when we talk about the B2B payment, so there is a whole change in a system. When we talk about the electricity or the other categories, there is only one input parameters. Or when we talk about the plan MDM, there is a certain set of plan MDM. But when we talk about the B2B, what will happen? The response will change for the every distributor. Let's say example, if we take example of Amul Dairy, what will happen? Suppose Amul wanted to show a 10 invoice number. I know that will be a flow in bill fetch response. But when we talk about on the consumption part, on the CVO platform, it is not that easy. So NPCI will have to work with these players. How can they articulate that things into the current scenario? Then only this will be a great success to the entire ecosystem. Otherwise, this will be a same situation like the education biller. We do have like thousands of biller, but as we are aware, how they are performing on the COU application side, that is because of the acceptability by this at the COU end or the AI application. So I think this is the area where NPCI had to do a survey, or they will have to put some their efforts. Then only this will get hits. That is what my expectation from NPCI.
Sure. I think very good point noted, Aman.
I think yes, that's a very good point. That how are these invoices getting displayed at the front end platform is a very good point, where the NPCI will have to actually talk to these front end platforms and sort it out. But there's also one more point, Amol. A distributor will never want his retailer to get confused. So he himself will never send him 25 invoices. At the end of the day, he wants to get paid. He will make sure that he sends those 5 invoices. Only if he has paid those, he'll raise other invoices. So that point is very well taken, that if there is sometimes some distributor who comes in and says, nahi yaar, mera 15 invoices hai, dikha do usko. And that is where your point will then come in, where we'll have to sit with the front end apps and do the UI UX flow.
So Manal, the visibility of these billers, B2B billers, is of much importance here.
Right.
Because we go and sell the billers that you will be available across all the platforms, and once they are onboarded and they 3 to 4 weeks they are not seen anywhere. Yeah. So that gives a wrong impression.
No, certainly it's a very valid concern, and I think we are also working on the same as well. That has not been presented in this forum today, but I think we will shortly have a separate workshop on that how we are also automating the part of how the billers are getting displayed on the COE platform. So we will definitely have another workshop. The work is on. I think that is already gone to our sandbox. So we will have a separate workshop on that.
Great.
Yeah. Any last question?
Anyone else? Ladies and gentlemen, I must say what an amazing initiative by Bharat Bill Pay on this product, B2B payments. Come on, a huge round of applause. And I think these two gentlemen out here also deserve a huge round of applause. Thank you so much for giving us in-depth insight, great information, the benefits of B2B payments. Thank you very, very much. I'm sure we're all excited to use it, right? Yes? Come on, we can do better than that. Yes? I like the claps. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very big thank you to each and every one of you for being a part of this workshop. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.